So we can just start right in. Years ago you wrote an article or an essay called Responsibility of Intellectuals. So we'll start there and move on to all sorts of other topics. The first problem with that title was, what's an intellectual? So what is an intellectual?
It's not a term I use very much, but it's a term that's used. It refers to people who have sufficient privilege and opportunity so that they're able to speak about affairs of human interest and concern and do it with a degree of prestige and authority which may or may not be warranted. They're called intellectuals. So a physicist working in a lab is not called an intellectual, but if he happens to give a talk on nuclear proliferation, yeah, then he's an intellectual. A literary critic who writes about English poets in the late 19th century is not an intellectual, but if he happens to discuss the cultural changes that are developing in the modern world, well, okay, then he is an intellectual. If say a shoemaker happens to have a very insightful commentary on international affairs or domestic affairs or human relations, he's usually not called an intellectual. Okay, but it's not a very meaningful term.
Nonetheless, what's then an intellectual's responsibility, the focus of your essay?
We start with the fact that the people designated as intellectuals have privileges, otherwise they wouldn't enter into that category. They have a degree of authority, prestige, justified or not, and these characteristics confer responsibility. The more privilege yields opportunity. Prestige, deserved or not, yields a degree of credibility. The more opportunity and credibility you have, the more responsibility you have. Pretty straightforward, like almost everything.
But what's the nature of the responsibility? In other words, if we say that an intellectual is failing to meet her responsibility, what does that mean?
We can start with some elementary moral principles that any decent human being ought to accept, and in fact most people will say they accept. So for example, one elementary truism is that we should apply to ourselves the same standards we apply to others, if not more rigid standards. In fact, should be more rigid standards. So one responsibility of intellectuals is to look at the facts of past and current history, look at the actions of, say, our enemies and the way we've treated them, and look at ourselves and the way we've treated ourselves, and then ask whether we are meeting that elementary moral condition. And that arises all the time. So, for example, there happens to be an inquiry going on in England where they're investigating Tony Blair, Jack Straw, and others for the background of their involvement in the invasion of Iraq. There's no such inquiry in the United States. The United States, people with power and privilege are immune from any inquiry or discussion. That's part of the prerogatives of imperial power. But there is one in England. Well, it's elementary that Blair was involved in direct aggression. Lawyers will try to work their way out of that conclusion, but that's their job. But it's elementary. Look at the definition of aggression in, say, the Nuremberg proceedings, the General Assembly, and so on. Yes, it's invasion of Iraq's a textbook case. Well, there's a way to deal with aggression when it's enemies who carry it out. In fact, that's what the Nuremberg Tribunal was about. It's the a gold standard for how to deal with crimes of aggression. That was the major crime charged at Nuremberg. There were other crimes, but so, for example, the German foreign minister, von Ribbentrop, was hanged. One of the major charges was that he was involved in a preemptive war. The Germans invaded Norway, and he was foreign minister, so of course he's involved. They invaded Norway because they knew, in fact it was not a secret, that Britain was planning to use a base in Norway to attack Germany. So this falls under what's called preemptive war. You carry out military aggression to stop an impending attack on yourself. And he was hanged. Well, okay, let's take Colin Powell.
Before we go into this, because this will come up later, I just want to hang with the intellectuals for a second. To make it more concrete, can you give some examples of, just a few, or as many as you want, of people who you think do fulfill the responsibility of intellectuals? Let's say in the United States, or maybe, and what makes you say that about the particular person?
What makes me say it is that they do...
The specific people.
Oh, well, let's take Howard Zinn, who died recently, or Iqbal Ahmed, who died a couple of years earlier, or Edward Said, who died shortly before Iqbal. Well, these happen to be old personal friends, but they were also... Edward and Iqbal were very close friends. Iqbal and Howard were close friends and interacted constantly. So they were a kind of a cadre, if you like, of prominent intellectuals, scholars, activists. Their lives and their work were intimately intertwined, and they dedicated a large part of their lives and work to pursuing elementary moral truisms. I could run through them, but that's what they did. So, okay, that's responsible intellectuals.
Okay, maybe a way to see it is some intellectuals, but not journalists, because we're going to get to journalism in a minute, who fail miserably, who have the prestige, who have the access, who have all the characteristics that you describe as associated with being an intellectual, but who don't meet their responsibility, violate it routinely.
I
know there are a lot.
You want to start from A? We'll go on for the rest of the day. But it's virtually everyone.
Just give a few specific examples where you give the person and the instance.
All right, let's take. Let's take a couple of years ago. The New York Times published some released tapes, Nixon tapes. A big battle about it. Henry Kissinger didn't want them released. I think there was a court trial. Finally, they were released, and there was an article about it. If you look through the tapes, most of the it led to a lot of discussion, mostly gossip, nasty things Nixon said about somebody, or anti-Semitic remarks or something. But there was one sentence that appeared in the article, which, as far as I could see, elicited no comment at all, except for me and a couple other people. It was a point where they were talking about the bombing of Cambodia, and Nixon kind of was ranting on about Cambodia, and he told Kissinger, his loyal servant, that he wanted him to relay orders to the Pentagon about bombing of Cambodia. And Kissinger obediently did so. His words were something like this to the military: anything that flies against anything that moves. Now, if you look through the archival record of all states, it's going to be hard to find a call for genocide that's so clear and explicit. And it wasn't just words, because it happened. A few years ago, two leading Cambodia scholars, Taylor Owen and Ben Kiernan, published an article in Canada in which they discussed documents that had been released during the Clinton years about the bombing of Cambodia. And it turns out that it was known that the bombing was extremely intense. That was known right away. It turns out it was 5 times as high as what had been reported. The bombing of rural Cambodia was greater than the total Allied bombing in all theaters during World War II. And as they point out, the effect of the bombing was to turn the Khmer Rouge from a kind of a marginal guerrilla group that nobody knew anything about to a mass army of what they call enraged peasants who wanted to take revenge for this monstrous atrocity. Well, we know what happened later. Okay, so how did intellectuals react to this? It's easy to check. The Kiernan Owen article, as far as I'm aware, appeared once in the United States, namely on ZNet. I've never seen any other mention of it. As far as I know, it appeared nowhere in England. And I doubt if it appeared anywhere else. It has never received any comment that I've seen. The Kissinger remark had disappeared. It was of no interest. There was no comment on it when it was published. In fact, it was kind of like a side remark in the article. The gossip was much more interesting. And if you check the records, you'll find the same. Actually, I've brought all of this up repeatedly in talks to respectable audiences, the Royal Institute of Philosophy in England, which is deeply concerned with issues of moral philosophy, comparable groups here, specialists on Cambodia, and journals which posture heroically about the terrible crimes of the Khmer Rouge. Nobody can hear the words. I mean, it's as if you're talking to a filter that cuts out certain words and phrases. Now, the Kissinger remarks happened to be approximately at the time when the International Tribunal was trying Milosevic. And he died before the judgment, but they were having a really hard time putting together much of a case. We could go through the details of that. They're interesting, but they were having a pretty hard time. It was mostly,
as compared to the trivial ease with which
well, suppose they had found a statement from Milosevic saying anything that flies against anything that moves.
Right.
There would have been euphoria all over the world, the Western world. He'd immediately be tried, executed. We'd talk about how noble we are, and so on and so forth. Okay, now this is virtually 100% of intellectuals I'm talking about.
So we have a kind of a fact to explain. There's a relatively small number, almost infinitesimal, of people who fulfill the responsibility of intellectuals. They use their credibility, they use their access, they use their tools, et cetera, to try and discuss reality in a way that actually is consistent with human well-being and consistency and so on. Then we have virtually everybody who has those attributes, who has those advantages, who is capable of understanding when it serves their interests. So they'll search far and wide for something about somebody who they wish to prosecute, but is completely incapable, as you describe it, even incapable of hearing the words when it's contrary to this background of interest. Okay, now it might not matter because the fact is the crucial thing, but lots and lots of people hear that, and the way that they dismiss it is to say it can't be, because what would explain it? Why would all those people behave in such a way? How could they possibly have the mental capacity to see the truth and not see the truth? It must be the small number of people who are confused, not the large number of people. How do you answer that? That is, how do you explain the phenomenon being so lopsided?
Actually, Orwell had a word for it. He called it doublethink. A doublethink is the capacity to hold two contradictory ideas in mind and believe them both. That's practically a defining characteristic of intellectual history. Secondly, it is not. I'm not talking about the United States. As far as I know, this is close to historically universal.
Right. No,
I find very few exceptions. Right. And furthermore, it goes back to the earliest recorded history. Furthermore, every person who asks this question knows the answer. All they have to do is look at themselves. How many people have failed to go through an experience like, for example, when you're 6 years old and your little brother takes a toy and You want the toy, and your mother's not looking, and you're bigger than he is, so you grab the toy. And then the kid starts yelling, and your mother comes in, and she starts censuring you for taking the toy. And how do you answer? You say, yeah, I took the toy because I wanted it, and he's smaller than me. Or do you say, look, he didn't want the toy anyway, and besides it was mine, and he really stole it from me, so I was right.
In other words,
can you know anybody?
Answer,
can you know who anybody who hasn't gone through such experiences in their life?
And you give the second answer, not the first.
Yeah, so we all know the answer to the question.
Right.
There are ways, easy ways, to rationalize whatever happens in a usually complicated world, so as to protect yourself. Furthermore, the fact that intellectuals act like this is close to tautology. You don't become a respected intellectual unless you do this kind of thing, not like Kissinger, just servility of the master, but because you internalize it. Just take a look at history. There are people who don't do it, a small portion. They're usually, are they praised? Are they honored? They're usually treated very badly. Depends on the nature of the society. They can be thrown out of their jobs. In a civilized society like ours, they just get vilified and defamed. In a U.S. possession, like say El Salvador, they get their brains blown out, and nobody here even cares about it or knows about it. In, say, the post-Stalin Soviet Union, they got sent to prison or exiled. And if you go through history, furthermore, it's kind of striking that, let's just take that last example. Compare the old Soviet Union, pre-Gorbachev, post-Stalin, different period, pre-Gorbachev, and compare, say, U.S. possessions at the same time. Actually, we've just gone through a very revealing incident about how intellectuals react to that. In November 2009, there was enormous attention given to and celebration of some very critical events that took place exactly 20 years earlier, in November 1989. In November 1989, the Berlin Wall fell, and quickly the Soviet Union collapsed. That was a major event in world history. And there was a huge commemoration of it on the 20th anniversary. And what was written about it is mostly accurate and very revealing. It was heralded as a triumph, quoting Václav Havel, one of the heroes, a triumph of love and nonviolence. Love and nonviolence overcame the Soviet Union and it collapsed. And that's the lesson we learned. In fact, there's a generation of people who call themselves the Niners. Their consciousness was formed in November 1989, and they're dedicated to love and nonviolence. Obama is picked as the leader, and so on. So that's what we learned in November 1989, when the Soviet Union collapsed. Well, 1 week after the fall of the Berlin Wall, something else happened. An elite Salvadoran battalion, which had just come from several months of training at the John F. Kennedy Special Forces School in Fort Bragg, and in fact, a couple of days later had a special group of, I think, a couple of dozen special forces sent to El Salvador to beef up their training. This is the top battalion in the Salvadoran Army, the pride of the U.S.-run Salvadoran Army. Right after that, they broke into the university. They murdered 6 leading Salvadoran intellectuals, Jesuit priests, also their housekeeper and her daughter. In November 2009, a report was published in the Spanish press, easily accessible to anyone, in the Spanish press, presenting the actual document that ordered the assassination, signed, as had been suspected but not proven, signed by the chief of staff and the top officials in the Salvadoran army, all so close to the Pentagon and the U.S. Embassy that you can barely find a ray of light between them. Of course, it was never published here and never published in England and so on. So all of that happened in 1989. Well, it wasn't just, that's love and nonviolence. Now, it's not just the killing of the Jesuit intellectuals. The killing of the Jesuit intellectuals closed off a decade of monstrous atrocities. In El Salvador, maybe 70,000 people killed, another 100,000 in Guatemala, who knows how many in Nicaragua, all organized right in Washington. A massive terrorist war. The decade in El Salvador, plenty of religious martyrs. In fact, the decade started with the assassination of an archbishop reading Mass by the same hands. So it's not a small event. Furthermore, that understates it. There's a huge event that took place. It has to do with history of the Catholic Church. The Church in the early centuries was radical pacifist. That's why Christians were persecuted, because they were radical pacifists. In the early 4th century,
We're going far afield. I know it's the same point. I know it's the same point.
We're not going far
No, I know it's the same point.
Continue.
Okay.
And this is exactly to the point. In the 4th century, the radical pacifist church was changed. The Emperor Constantine took it over and turned it into the Church of the Roman Empire. So the cross, which had been a symbol of the suffering of the poor, was on the shield of the Roman Empire. Well, from the 4th century until almost today, the church was the church of the rich and the persecutors. In 1962, Pope John the 23rd changed it. He called Vatican II, big conference, and that adopted what was called the preferential option for the poor. It's from the Gospels. And that led to a movement, particularly in Latin America, where priests, nuns, lay people, others, started bringing the message of the Gospels to poor peasants and trying to get them to think about their horrifying conditions under U.S.-dominated tyrannies and try to organize to do something about it. Well, the U.S. didn't wait long. Immediately, it reacted. John F. Kennedy organized a military coup in Brazil, one of the main centers. A coup took place right after the assassination. It was all set up by him and Robert Kennedy. That established the first of the neo-Nazi-style national security states in Latin America, torture, massacre, and so on. And Brazil's a big country, so the dominoes started to fall. And country after country fell under a plague of repression that had no parallel since the conquistadors. Uruguay, Chile, Allende, finally ended up with Argentina, maybe the worst killers of them all and Reagan's favorites. And finally it spread to Central America in the 1980s. Then came these hideous terrorist wars. Throughout, a large part of it was a war against the church. And we know who was responsible because they take pride in it. So the School of the Americas, now renamed, which trains Latin American killers, you take a look at its talking points, advertising points. It takes credit for the fact, as it says, that the U.S. Army helped defeat liberation theology. That is, helped destroy the Church of the Gospels. That's not a small event in history. It's a rather significant event in history. And it was effectively terminated by the massacre in November 1989. Of course, not totally. There are residues. You never kill ideas completely. Is that a major event? Well, take a look and see how much commentary there was on it. I can give you 100% of the commentary.
Next to zero.
Okay, but I can even take here in Boston where we are. I know of one discussion of it in Boston, at Boston College, the Jesuit University, where in fact I was one of the speakers, but one of the speakers was Jan Sobrino. He's the one surviving Jesuit, came up to give a talk. A very good talk. What he pointed out and stressed was that murdering the Jesuit intellectuals was terrible enough, but much worse was murdering their housekeeper and daughter, who, as he put it, are the symbols of the crucified populations of U.S. domains. How many comments were there on that? Well, there actually was a comment. The the hero of Eastern Europe, Václav Havel, came to the United States shortly after the murder of his Jesuit colleagues in El Salvador, and he gave a speech to a joint session of Congress, and he got a rousing standing ovation for calling the United States the defender of freedom. The press was just, and commentators were totally euphoric, including the left. So, you know, Washington Post had editorials about why can't we have amazing intellectuals like this who tell us that we're the defender of freedom, right, having slaughtered his counterparts in El Salvador, plus everything that came before. Anthony Lewis, you know, way out at the far left of imaginable criticism, gushed about how we were in a romantic age. It's hard to believe it's a romantic age, and so on and so forth. Okay, does any of this enter history? Can it even be comprehended? In fact, I've tried to talk about it, blank wall, or else fury, usually fury, and reaction saying, "Oh, you're justifying atrocities. You're justifying Stalin." You know, yeah.
So the picture is, even in the case of incredible barbarism, over extended periods of time, individuals who are intellectuals, meaning they've accrued this respect and these tools and these resources and so on, for purposes of advancing their own career and of being taken seriously and of being appreciated, sort of habitually, almost reflexively, follow the party line.
But there are people who don't.
And then there are some who
and in fact, it starts very early.
What's the difference?
It starts in childhood.
No, I don't mean what's the difference in behavior. I mean, maybe you've thought about this and maybe you haven't. If you have to, I mean, of course you can take the two sets of people and you can say, okay, this one said this and this one said this, and that's the difference. But there might be also a difference in their value system or in their personality or in something that explains why somebody ends up over here and somebody over here, which matters to people who are about to go to journalism school or about to go to college and want to be here and not here.
The question for their mothers and their psychologists, psychiatrists, and so on.
Notions.
They vary. And we know they vary because we know all these people. And they have all kind of different reasons. Whether it's a 6-year-old kid stealing a toy from his brother, or Anthony Lewis talking about a romantic age when we've just carried out a mass slaughter, or, you know, they vary, all kind of reasons. And it's maybe of interest to their family and friends, but it's of no general interest. What's of general interest is the way the system works. And it works starting very early. I mean, I could give exact examples, but I'll just talk about it generally. I mean, suppose a kid in, say, 3rd grade decides that what the teacher is saying is ridiculous, and he's not going to do it. I can give you some examples if you like. Well, what happens is he's classified. He becomes a behavior problem. Right. If some other kid sitting next to him says, yeah, of course what the teacher's saying is ridiculous, but I'm going to do it, he's a nice kid, and he goes on. And it sort of goes on from there. There's filtering systems like this all the way. If you sit on a, if you're on a university faculty and you get letters of recommendation for, you know, students who want to apply, or faculty members who are looking for a job, there's some standard terminology that you get used to. A great guy, brilliant, wonderful, but he lacks collegiality, you know, or he's hard to get along with, or something like that. What that usually means is he's a political radical or something like that. So, and it's kind of nobody will tell you. I mean, some people will, like, you know, I can name 5 people who will tell you, but it's kind of understood, and it's even understandable. I mean, you want your department to be collegial. You want people to be nice to each other. You don't want somebody in the department getting up and saying, look, you're a war criminal, and showing it and demonstrating it. That's not nice. It doesn't feel good. Yes, so you sort of keep these people away. You've had a little experience with this yourself. So there's techniques that start from childhood, a massive filtering system, and it means that You know, it's not 100%. You know, even a totalitarian state isn't 100%. This certainly isn't. But they're very effective filtering systems that lead to certain outcomes. It's quite interesting for people like Ed Herman or me or others who do critical analysis of the press. Journalists and commentators are infuriated. They say, nobody tells me what to write, which is absolutely true. But if they didn't already know what to write, they wouldn't be there.
So the solution, whether we're talking intellectuals or journalists, isn't in the genes of the people, and it isn't even in, it's in the structure of the situations that they find themselves in, which over and over and over produce this kind of almost reflexive behavior, to the point where they don't have to think about it. They don't have, it's not as if they're making a conscious choice. Okay, today I will lie about barbarism in order to get an extra star on my resume. They just do it because they've done it all along and they keep doing it.
It's very dramatic if you look at, journalism's kind of like an easy target and a little bit unfair. Okay. Because a journalist has to get something out tomorrow, they can't think about it much and so on. Much more interesting is scholarship. That's why most of my own critical work is on scholarship, not on journalism. Because in the case of scholarship, people have time, they have resources, they have security, they can think about what they're doing. What you find is, with very rare exceptions, pretty much the same thing. Like take, say, the study of, there's a huge study of American foreign policy and international relations. And I just happen to have been reading one of the most prestigious international relations journal, which is partially devoted to one of the lead issues, which is called American Wilsonian Idealism. So one of the main theses in international relations theory dealing with the United States is the impact of Wilsonian idealism. Well, you know, it's quite interesting. I mean, these articles I happen to read are typical, so I'll pick them, but it runs through the whole field. The people are on. The study of Wilsonian idealism keeps to almost entirely to words. You know, so we ask, when Wilson said self-determination, did he mean this or did he mean that? And you have a big scholarly discussion of it, and you look at his letters and what he wrote to his wife. But you don't look at any of the facts. And the facts are glaringly obvious right now. So right now, for example, Haiti, as everyone knows, has been hit by an incredible disaster. You know, hundreds of thousands of people killed, you know, billions of dollars of damage. Everybody wants to give $10 to show how wonderful we are. Did Wilsonian idealism have anything to do with this? I mean, you have to be blind not to see it. Wilson's plenty of other things, but Wilson was one of the worst killers in Haiti. He destroyed the country. It was already half destroyed by the French. And he sent the Marines into Haiti on ridiculous pretexts, as always. They killed thousands of people, according to Haitian historians, maybe 15,000 people. They reinstated virtual slavery. Remember, Haiti was liberated as a slave revolt. One of the main things they did, and this is Wilsonian idealism, was Wilson sent the Marines to disband Parliament. Haiti had a parliament. It was kind of derided in the United States. So they disbanded Parliament at gunpoint. And the reason was very simple. The U.S. had written a constitution. Actually, Franklin Delano Roosevelt took credit for it, probably boasting. But anyway, there was a U.S. written constitution, which the Parliament refused to accept. Why? Because the Constitution contained what were called in the United States progressive measures, namely permitting U.S. corporations to buy up Haiti's lands. Now, it was explained, by economists and other serious thinkers that this was very progressive, because obviously Haiti needs foreign investment, and how can you expect Americans to invest unless they own the place? So this is just for the benefit of Haitians that we're doing this. If you read the press and commentary, it's just we're so benevolent, tears come from our eyes. We're trying desperately to help them. And then the Marines ran a referendum in which 5% of the population participated, the traditional collaborationist elite that you find in every colony, the rich elite. They participated, and there was 99.9% approval. So it was a democratic election, and they got the progressive legislation with the obvious consequences. Well, one of the consequences is to add a further blow to the agricultural system, leading to urbanization. This goes on right into the night. I won't go through the record, but Clinton was one of the worst offenders in this respect. Destroy the agricultural system for reasons that every economist can explain are very rational. It was explained. I mean, Haiti shouldn't be producing rice. It's much more efficient in the world if highly subsidized U.S. agribusiness, which gets most of its profits from subsidies, floods Haiti with rice. And Haiti's rice farmers are quite efficient, which of course can't compete with it, if they go into the cities so women can sew baseballs and miserable assembly plants. That's efficient. I mean, any decent economist can explain that. And of course we want to be efficient and progressive. So we drive them into the cities, we destroy the agricultural system. Along comes a hurricane. It's a class-based disaster, like most disasters. You take a look, the rich people up in the hills, got shaken up a little, but nothing much happened. Huge catastrophe among the poor people living in urban slums. Why are we there? Why are they there? Well, Wilsonian idealism had a lot to do with it. All of these things are happening at the same moment. At the same moment that the scholarly articles are appearing about Wilsonian idealism, and what did he write to his wife in a letter, and did he mean this, that, or the other thing? At the same moment, the front pages are showing us about this hideous class-based disaster, which substantially results from one of many of Wilson's horrendous crimes. And now we get back to Orwell and doublethink. If you want to be a respected intellectual, you have to have both these ideas in your mind at the same time and believe both of them and not notice the contradiction. And this is overwhelming. I'm happy picking it because it's so dramatic, but you just take a look at, on and on. I mean, sometimes it's awesome.
Most of the time. Most of the time. There's this idea of objectivity. And lots of people on the left get very excited about that critical of it. They get upset by the idea of objectivity. So I'm wondering, as a precursor to asking you about objectivity, first, broadly, you and Ed wrote about this. How does bad journalism work, and what are the linchpins of it? Now I'm not talking about, well, answer as you will. And how would good journalism work instead? What is it about the behavior of the New York Times that is abhorrent to you?
Things like what I've described.
And what is it structurally within the New York Times which causes it, in your view?
Well, first of all, the New York Times is not very much different from the elite intellectual culture in general. Right. So my own view is it's much more striking in scholarship and more significant. But in the New York Times, there are kind of obvious institutional factors. The New York Times is a major corporation, huge corporate system. Like other businesses, it sells a product to a market. The product is other businesses, advertisers, that's what keeps it going. The product for the New York Times happens to be fairly privileged audiences. It's what's sometimes called the political class, maybe 20% of the population that are managers, economic, political, doctrinal managers, and so on. So what the New York, and furthermore, it's tightly linked to other institutions of power, like the state, for example, which is enormously under corporate influence. In fact, that's blaring at us every day in the newspapers. So here you have a system.
Just clarify, you're saying that they're selling that 20%, that sector of the population, to companies. They're selling the audience to the advertisers. That's the real product that they're selling.
Part of it. But they're also linked to state power to other corporate power. I mean, these are the, that's the circles in which they live. That's who you have dinner with. There's a flow up and back of people. Same with NPR and so on. There's a small elite group which have institutional roots. Now there are plenty of honest journalists, and do good work, but they do it within this framework. And if they sort of drift from the framework, they're usually cut off. In fact, some quit in disgust. But it's kind of like the rest of the filtering system. Well, what do you expect to come out of a system like that? Suppose you're looking at it from Mars. You see huge corporations selling privileged people who are managers themselves to other businesses, linked to other systems of power like the state, which are heavily influenced, in fact, dominated by these power systems. What kind of product do you expect to come out?
That's what you see.
That's what you see.
Okay, so then what about good journalism? In other words, what would you do to generate?
There are concrete examples. A couple of months ago, I happened to go to Mexico. I was invited for the 25th anniversary of a newspaper, which as far as I'm aware is the only independent newspaper in the hemisphere. It's called La Jornada. It's very successful. It's the second largest newspaper in Mexico. It gets no commercial advertising because business hates it. It has very smart reporters and good people, really bright, the kind of intellectuals you and I would like. They write for it. They do investigative reporting. It has regional subsidiaries. I think the only Mexican journal that reports regularly from Chiapas, where they have a regional office, and elsewhere. How does it survive? Subscriptions. I mean, there are probably a couple of wealthy donors who give it some money, but primarily it subscribes from a very loyal subscriber base. And it's the second largest journal in Mexico. And just a couple of days I was there, just reading it, I learned things, important things I could tell you, that did not appear in the Western press. Okay, how do they do it? Well, that's how they do it.
And they eliminate the advertising as the source of revenue.
They'd be happy to get advertising.
Circles.
I mean, they'd be happy to get advertising, but business is highly class conscious. They're not going to subsidize Z magazine.
But clearly they're not appealing to it. They're not doing what you need to do to attract those kinds of ads, right?
As far as I can, I'm sure there's plenty of criticisms you can
Are
make.
they objective?
Well,
what does it mean?
The notion of objectivity belongs in graduate philosophy seminars. It doesn't apply in the real world. This is a topic for elite intellectuals to have abstract discussions about. Anybody, whoever they are, has a point of view. You can't help it. If you're doing quantum physics, you're looking for certain things and you're not looking at other things. Maybe what you're not looking at turns out to be extremely important. But you cannot help having a point of view.
So the whole discussion is a waste of time.
The whole discussion is a waste of time.
Good.
And there's, like most discussions that take place, I mean, there are clear cases where you can see that the search for what is called balance is a charade. I mean, so let's take something really important, like the survival of the species. It should be an important question. There's two views on the matter of whether the species can have decent survival. One of them is 99.9% of scientists who say we're really getting into trouble with anthropogenic warming of the atmosphere. On the other side, there's Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, Sarah Palin, Congressman Himhoff, the editors in the...
But you don't see the balance, that those crazies occupy 98% of the airwaves?
No, when you see an article in the New York Times or anywhere else, they have to balance it. Yeah. And so you get both positions. And the end result, and of course, there's a ton of advertising and propaganda from the business world that wants you to believe it's not happening, which is kind of interesting itself, because the executives who are doing this advertising know exactly as well as the scientists that it is happening. And they know that it's going to destroy their grandchildren, and it's going to destroy everything that they own, but they still want people not to believe it. Now, there are institutional factors there, too. They go back to the nature of markets, go into that. The future of the species is an externality. You don't consider it when you are making involved in transactions. So there's good reasons for that too. But anyway, it's happening, and we see the results. I mean, the results have been so incredible that by now there's a sharp decline in the United States in belief in human anthropogenic, human-involved global warming. It's down now to about a third. Okay, now that's a death sentence for the species. I mean, if that continues, and I'm really not exaggerating. Yeah. I mean, we can argue about the time span, but it's going to lead to.
The people who are saying it were smiled at over lunch.
Oh yeah, because if you're in a market system, take these executives. See, that's an interesting case. You're the CEO of, say, ExxonMobil. You read everything that people read in the Z magazine. You know what's happening. You know exactly what's happening. You know that the danger is extremely severe, and that the longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. But that's what economists call an externality. It doesn't enter into your day-by-day decisions. Your day-by-day decisions in a market system are forced. You are forced to look at certain things and not to look at others. So you are forced to look at short-term profit and market share. If you don't do that, you're out, and somebody else is in.
And you can actually rationalize doing it on grounds that, well, if I didn't do it, I'd be out, therefore I couldn't do any good for anybody ever.
I don't think that's the grounds that it's done. Not that I'll be out, it's that I'm really doing the right thing.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm really doing the right thing for the world. Because if I get people not to believe in what I know is true, then maybe they'll put more money into solar energy, and incidentally, maybe I'll make some profit out of that, as they're trying to do. So in the long run, it's really good for the species. It's not that different from stealing a toy from your brother. Yeah. Except that in this case, it's forced by an institution, namely the market.
One of the dynamics of that you mentioned is that if you're an intellectual or a journalist, there's tremendous price to pay for being good. You're marginalized, your material well-being is hurt, you're in certain danger depending upon where you are, etc.
Blown out by a U.S.-run elite battalion. A lot of things can happen.
Okay. We can't offset that entirely, but still, can you name some good journalists around the world and in the U.S. who deserve to be known, and for another reason, which is imagine somebody who's off to journalism school. They're told who the good journalists are, and of course they're the irresponsible intellectuals, etc., etc. And it would do wonders if they actually took a look at people who were a model of what one should be doing. So who are some of the people who, in your view, are really good journalists?
The correspondents on the ground do extremely good work. I mean, if I were on a desert island somewhere and I was allowed to have only one newspaper, I'd get the New York Times. I mean, it gives you a tolerable picture of what's going on in the world. And the journalists who are on the ground typically don't lie. They describe accurately what they see. Same with reading, say, the AP wires. The journalists on the ground, I could give names, but there are plenty of them. In fact, I think it's normal. It's kind of interesting that in the book that Ed Herman and I wrote, Manufacturing Consent, a large part, it's hated by journalists and the press and intellectuals because they claim it's attacking the press, it's unfair. Actually, a large part of the book is defending the press. If anyone opens the book, they'll find that a substantial part of it is defending the press against attacks from what are considered the liberals. Freedom House, the main institution that's supposed to support freedom and democracy, launched a huge attack on the press, several volumes of denunciations, claiming that the press lost the war in Vietnam because they lied about the Tet Offensive. They're so pro-communist and antagonistic to the United States that they distorted what happened, and therefore we lost this noble war. That's Freedom House. Well, Ed and I went through the 2 volumes. We found that the number of outright lies straight lies was just phenomenal. When we actually looked at the facts, what we found is the reporters on the ground were reporting what happened honestly, courageously, and accurately, but within a framework that is just destroyed by ideological fanaticism. So somebody would write an article saying, you know, the Air Force came and they bombed this place to smithereens, and the soldiers came in, they killed everybody who was around. And, you know, it's just necessary to defend freedom and democracy in South Vietnam. Yeah. So the reporters were honest, professional, accurate, but deeply ideological. In contrast, Freedom House was just lying through their teeth.
In that case, presumably for you, the model of a good reporter, good journalist, good commentator is not only somebody who relays facts that they see, but is not subject to that frame.
Let's give an example from this very period. This is roughly the period, you know, within a year or two, of when the My Lai massacre took. Actually, it's actually the period when the My Lai massacre took place, 1968, which is what we're talking about. The My Lai massacre, which was finally broke through, thanks to Cy Hirsch, an independent journalist working for Dispatch News Service, who's a very smart guy. He picked the moment of a huge demonstration in Washington, you know, 1 million people, a lot of journalists around. So he picked that moment to release publicly the information on My Lai that had been around for a year and a half. Nobody had paid any attention to. So it became a big thing. And that's kind of the symbol of everything that went wrong. It's a wonderful symbol for liberal intellectuals because you can blame it on half-educated, half-crazed GIs in the field who didn't know who was going to shoot at them next. There was a couple of journalists, mainly Kevin Buckley, who was Saigon correspondent of Newsweek. He and an associate, Alan Shimkin, I think his name was, did a detailed analysis of what was of the context of My Lai. This was part of a series of what were called post-Tet pacification campaigns, huge mass murder operations, to which My Lai was a minuscule footnote, and was such a small footnote that there's a Quaker hospital, which is Quang Ngai, right near where it took place. I mean, they knew about it at once. They didn't even bother mentioning it because it was happening all over the place. Well, Buckley wrote this all up, and Newsweek wouldn't publish it. He gave it to me. Ed Herman and I wrote about it in Political Economy of Human Rights, South End book in '79. What we pointed out was that, yeah, it took place, and it's easy to focus on it because you can blame it on bad guys not like us. But what was actually taking place in the air-conditioned rooms where people just like us were sitting was incomparably more horrendous. You think anybody ever mentioned that? Well, actually one person did 30 years later. So it's marginally noticed. But, you know, what Kevin Buckley did and his associate was really good journalism.
Just briefly, what's irrationality? And then conversely, what's rationality?
Well, perfect example of extreme irrationality is what we've just been talking about, what Orwell called doublethink. The ability to have two contradictory ideas in your mind at the same time and to believe both of them. That's the peak of irrationality. And that virtually defines the elite intellectual community.
Successful intellectual, right?
Yeah, okay, so that's irrationality. Now let's take concrete examples of fundamentalist irrationality. So I'll give you a real example. Actually, it's an example I knew about 5 years ago, but I didn't publish it because it sounded so crazy it couldn't be true. It turns out to be true. It's now verified. In January 2003, immediately before the invasion of Iraq, George Bush was trying to round up international support for the invasion. And he met the French President Chirac. And in this meeting with Chirac, he started ranting about a passage from Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel. It's a very obscure passage nobody understands. It's a passage about Gog and Magog. Nobody knows if they're people or places or whatever they are. But Gog and Magog are supposed to come from the north and you know, attack Israel. And then we get off into ultra-fanatic Christian evangelical madness. There's a whole big story about how Gog and Magog come down, attack Israel. There's a battle in Armageddon. Everybody gets slaughtered, and the souls who are saved rise to heaven. Okay, some kind of story like that. Reagan apparently believed it. When his handlers didn't control him enough, he was kind of off by himself, he'd start raving about this stuff. And for him, Gog and Magog were Russia. For Bush, Gog and Magog were Iraq. So he told this to Chirac, and Chirac had no clue what he was talking about. So he approached the French Foreign Office, the Élysée, and said, do you know what this madman is raving about? And they didn't know either. So they approached a Belgian, pretty well-known Belgian theologian, who wrote a sort of a disquisition on this passage and the way it's interpreted and what it might mean and so on. Okay, how do I know? Well, I know because that Belgian theologian and his friend sent me a copy of it with the background of the story. I never published it because this just sounded too off the wall. Finally, I was talking to an Australian academic researcher, and I mentioned it to him. He decided to look into it. It turns out to be correct. In fact, the story appears in the biographies of Chirac and in other evidence. So yeah, that actually happened. So here's the world in the hands of a raving lunatic who, is talking about Gog and Magog and Armageddon and the souls rising to heaven. And, the world survived. Well, okay, that's not a small thing in the United States. I don't know the percentages, but it's maybe 25, 30% of the population. Yeah, that's pretty serious irrationality.
Okay. Science, then. What's science? I mean, why is something scientific? What marks something as being sensible science or nonsensical, non-science masquerading, etc.? On the one hand, and since you're going to answer fully, how do you feel about left criticisms of science? Leftists who criticize science as being, whatever they say, it's imperial or it's sexist or it's rooted in Western whatever, and so on.
Well, like anything that we understand about at all with regard to things as complicated as human affairs, the answers are pretty trivial. If they're not trivial, we don't understand it. There is a category of intellectuals who are undoubtedly perfectly sincere, who, if you look at it from the outside, what they're actually doing is using polysyllabic words and complicated constructions, which apparently they seem to understand because they talk to each other. Most of the time I can't understand what the heck they're talking about. Even people are supposed to be in my field. It's all very inflated and, a lot of prestige and so on. That has a terrible effect in the third world. In the first world, the rich countries, it doesn't really matter that much. So if a lot of nonsense goes on in the Paris cafes or the Yale comparative literature department, well, okay. On the other hand, in the third world, popular movements really need serious intellectuals to participate. And if they're all ranting postmodern absurdities, well, they're gone. I mean, I've seen real examples, could give them to you. But so there is that category. And it's considered very left-wing and very advanced and so on and so forth. Well, some of what appears in it actually makes sense. But when you reproduce it in monosyllables, it turns out to be truisms. So yes, it is perfectly true that if you look at scientists in the West, they're mostly men. And it's perfectly true that women have had a hard time breaking into the scientific fields. And it's perfectly true that there are institutional factors determining how science proceeds that reflect power structures. I mean, all of this can be described literally in monosyllables, and it turns out to be truisms when you...
Clearly, yeah.
Okay. On the other hand, you don't get to be a respected intellectual by presenting truisms in monosyllables. Now, a lot of the left criticism, so when the left, so-called left criticism, I don't consider it left, when the left criticism, so-called, happens to be accurate, well, okay, that's fine. So if you point out a lot of things, just like what I mentioned, there are a lot of them, no, that's fine. Point it out, everybody can understand it. You take a look, you see it's true, and so on. On the other hand, a lot of the so-called left criticism seems to be pure nonsense. In fact, that's been demonstrated conclusively. So there's a very important book by Jean Bricmont and Alan Sokal, I forget what it's called, Dangerous Illusions or something, where they simply go through they happen to concentrate on Paris, which is the center of the rot, but it's all over. And they go through the most respected French intellectuals and run through what they say about science. And, it is so embarrassing that you kind of cringe when you read it. Actually, sometimes, one of my most striking ones is one of the very few who actually is a scientist and knows something about science. Latour has a background in science and philosophy of science. They go through an article of his, and I think I'm remembering correctly, in which somebody in France or somewhere had discovered that one of the pharaohs had died of tuberculosis. And they did it by, analysis of whatever, DNA or something. Latour wrote an article ridiculing this, because he said it's totally absurd.
Because nobody had talked about
tuberculosis was only discovered in the 19th century. And everything's a social construction, and
therefore it wasn't constructed yet.
So it didn't happen. I mean, it's kind of at the level of Bush and Chirac, but it's taken very seriously, and this is considered very leftist.
But one point to look at, I think, is that the description of intellectuals, the description of journalists, and now the description of this sector of part of what calls itself the left, you have something similar going on, even though the price is much lower. You have those guys sitting in the air-conditioned rooms bombing the hell out of the world for their careers, for their status, because of their reflexive lessons that they've learned. And then over here you have people who are in literary criticism or whatever field they might be in, who are also completely divorced from reality or obscuring it or dolling it up for similar reasons. Of course, the price is much less. I mean, it's high, but it's...
In the third world, it's high.
But it's
in
still...
In rich countries, it's just a pain in the neck.
Still not like bombing the world.
Yeah, I think...
But it's the same phenomenon.
They're hard to understand. I mean, they're nice people. A lot of them are friends. And if you look at what's happening, I think it's pretty easy to figure out what's going on. I mean, suppose you're a literary scholar at some elite university, or anthropologist or whatever. I mean, if you do your work seriously, that's fine, but it's not very. I mean, you don't get any big prizes for it. On the other hand, you take a look over in the rest of the university, and you got these guys in the physics department and the math department, and they have all kind of complicated theories, which of course we can't understand, but they seem to understand them, and they have principles, and they deduce complicated things from the principles, and they do experiments, and they find either they work or they don't work, and that's really impressive stuff. So I want to be like that too. So I want to have a theory in literary, in the humanities, literary criticism, anthropology, and so on. There's a field called theory. We're just like the physicists. They talk incomprehensibly. We can talk incomprehensibly. They have big words. We'll have big words. They draw, far-reaching conclusions. We'll draw far-reaching conclusions. We're just as prestigious as they are. Now, if they say, well, look, we're doing real science and you guys aren't, that's white, male, sexist, bourgeois, whatever the answer is. How are we any different from them? Okay, that's appealing. And there are other things that went on. Remember that a lot of this stuff comes from Paris. And interesting things were happening in Paris in the 1970s. The French intellectuals were the last group of intellectuals in the world who were dedicated, overwhelmingly, not 100%, but it was very standard and respected to be a dedicated Stalinist and Maoist. Okay, by the mid-70s, that was getting to be a pretty hard position to uphold. So what you had, if you take a look at what happened, is there was a sudden shift. People who had been flaming Maoists and Stalinists suddenly became the first people in the world to have discovered the Gulag, and went on a tear about how everyone else supports, Stalinist and Maoist atrocities, and we're France, of course, so we have to be in front of everyone. So therefore, we've exposed it, and now it was called the New Philosophy, or New Philosophers or something. And it went over all kinds. I remember meeting, I won't mention names because it's embarrassing, one of the leading French cultural theorists who happened to visit me around 1974, and she was a flaming Maoist. A couple of years later, she was one of the first people to have understood, to have, discovered Stalinist and Maoist atrocities. Well, okay, when you went through that transition, you got to do something else. How are you going to be, on the front pages? Okay. Along comes the invention of post-structuralism.
All right, what about religion? What do you think religion is?
Well, for one thing, it's virtually, depending what you mean by religion. If you mean the Abrahamic religions,
We're on weak ground here because, of course, I'm religiously illiterate. But
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Well, no, I guess, yeah, and the other such religions of that type. What are those?
Well, Buddhism is different. Yeah. Spiritual beliefs among Native Americans was different. There's all kind of religions.
The distinction that we're talking about there.
We're talking about the Abrahamic religion.
No, Catholicism,
Protestantism. That's the
Hindu, I guess.
No, Hindus are different. It's quite different. Buddhism is quite different. If you really look at these systems of belief, they differ a lot. In fact,
no. But what I'm asking is, what is religion per se? Not what are the beliefs of a particular religion?
Belief that there's something in the world which is beyond my grasp, which is determining the way things happen, and it's going to, it'll be a consolation for me. Maybe, if my child is dying, I'll see him again in heaven somewhere. These kinds of beliefs, and that there's a sort of a spiritual force somewhere beyond my grasp. And that explains why things are happening. And that's probably ubiquitous. And it's perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
Weird things are happening. Like the sun is going around the earth. You can see it. It doesn't have to be happening, but you see it. Well, something must be making it happen. Okay, so it's Apollo on his chariot pulling the sun. And the same with everything else that goes on. You don't understand anything that's happening in the world, in personal life. And, why is my child, sweet little wonderful kid, dying? He didn't do anything. So there's got to be some explanation somewhere.
So it's a set of stories to make sense of reality, except not science.
Apollo pulling the sun with a chariot it's early science.
Yeah, before you
it's a kind of a scientific theory. It's going to get worked out. Not trivial. Like, for example, the classical Greeks did discover a lot of things.
But if you say it now, when there's lots of evidence other than that, then it's no longer science.
That just means that our understanding has deepened.
Right.
But the transition from magic to science is a pretty smooth transition, and it just even the word science in English didn't even appear until the mid-19th century. There was a word, but it meant something else, just meant knowledge. In the mid-19th century, there was a divorce between science and philosophy. Before, it was just philosophy. In fact, if you go to Oxford, let's say, you can study natural philosophy and moral philosophy. Natural philosophy is what we here call the natural sciences. Moral philosophy is what we call the humanities. But through German, it's the same thing. So the whole concept of science, in our sense, is a pretty recent one. And it began, and there was an intellectual revolution. It sort of begins with Galileo and goes on, and it led to enormous insights. And after a while, science just kind of took off and became a special domain. In the early 19th century, it was, take, say, Kant. He couldn't have told you whether he was a philosopher or a scientist. Yeah, he taught astronomy. I mean, he taught moral philosophy. And yeah, an intelligent, educated gentleman did all those things. Well, by the mid-19th century, it's becoming very hard to do all those things. The sciences were reaching a point where you really had to understand things. And you couldn't be a gentleman who knows everything. So, okay, things got professionalized, and we get, what we call science, separate domain. But recall how recent this is. Prior to that, people were trying to figure things out. And we might now call what they're trying to figure out magic, but these are pretty smart people. Take, say, Isaac Newton. He's not a fool, exactly. I mean, he's now kind of, people laugh about the fact that he would spend most of his life working on chemistry and church fathers. That was alchemy and church fathers. That was perfectly reasonable. Yeah. I mean, in terms of the what are called corpuscularian theories that everybody accepted. The world is made up of little building blocks like bricks. And
shift a few.
Yeah, shift a few and you get gold from lead. That makes perfect sense. As for the church fathers, that made perfect sense too. I mean, he was coming right after the humanist period when there had been a sudden discovery of the wealth and richness of classical civilizations, which hadn't been known. So the belief expanded that these guys really understood something. And they were kind of keeping it secret for us, so they were doing it in an esoteric way. And if we can decode what they were doing, we'll get all kind of wonderful discoveries. So it wasn't an irrational pursuit. And
that was a long time ago.
Not that long ago. This is the 17th century. Right. And this is Isaac Newton.
It wasn't in my lifetime. It wasn't in your lifetime, right? So when you come closer to the present, you have some things about religion that have been painful and have caused suffering and great harm, and other things about religion that have been pretty exemplary and that have contributed to justice.
Surely, let's take liberation theology. That was a revival of early Christianity, and it was so threatening to the United States that the U.S. launched a war against it.
I want to switch to a political variant of some of the things we've been talking about, which is the term called sectarianism.
Sometimes it's genuine disagreements,
right,
which should be worked out with solidarity, mutual sympathy and support and so on. We've all been in activist groups, and it goes on and on. We have long meetings because there are real issues to discuss. So that's
one phenomenon.
That's the right kind of. It's the right kind of, if you like, sectarianism. A lot of it's ego tripping. I want to be Lenin, so you follow me, and there's a lot of that. I've got my doctrines and ideology, and if you don't accept them, you're an enemy of the working people or whatever it happens to be. And it's extremely common among groups that don't have much mass support, that are kind of isolated, that either don't have a lot to do or like to believe that they don't have a lot to do. And sectarianism is one of the ways of avoiding engagement. We don't have to give examples. I mean, it's rampant. A lot of it's pretty ugly.
But it's not only the behavior. There's something about, it seems to me, holding a viewpoint in a sectarian fashion, sort of like holding a viewpoint in a fundamentalist fashion, has this element of it's true because it's doctrine, it's true because it's in a book, it's true because I believe it or because somebody else who I admire believes it. And it's unchallengeable. It's just the way it is.
Well, that kind of sectarianism, of course, can destroy groups.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, any decent government infiltrator, and there are plenty of them, would want to stimulate that kind of sectarianism. We've all seen it happen.
Of course.
You remember, say in the 60s, one of the things that every group had to learn, often the hard way, is that even among your small circle, there's a provocateur. And after a while, it got to be sort of possible to pick them out. They were the ones who were going to show up at the trials and that sort of thing. But pretty soon people got to know that if there's someone in the group who's dressed like a Hollywood version of a hippie and who's saying, stop this nonsense, let's go out and kill the cops and so on and so forth, chances are he's a provocateur. Sometimes it doesn't have to be a government provocateur. A lot of these small groups are parasitic on popular movements, and they try to recruit. You know, so they join, they work, they sit around at the meetings longer than anyone else. They, you know, try to get in a position of some kind of control, and then recruit it to their own particular sect. That goes on all the time, and it's very disruptive to popular movements.
But I'm talking about, of course, but I'm talking about good people who have historically, you know, have in their lives been perfectly sensible people who, for whatever reasons, become sectarian, meaning they adopt a set of views and are no longer open to the possibility that those views could be wrong, that any evidence could be contrary to those views. They no longer can see the world except in terms of those views. That's sort of what I mean by sectarianism, where it's not because they're trying to, they're not police,
but, you know,
and they're not,
just,
it's just...
But that's part of life, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you have it in the most advanced scientists. Like, take, say, Einstein.
I use that example often.
Okay,
Right.
you know, he just wouldn't believe that, as he put it, God could throw dice with a
Do you worry about behaving in that fashion? Getting
I worry
caught in
about
that kind of... Yeah, yourself.
Sure, anybody sensible
Okay,
ought to
so
worry
what's
about
the
it. That doesn't
personal
mean you
antidote?
shouldn't do it, because sometimes you really do believe you're right, and you should pursue it.
So, but what's the personal antidote to the rampant phenomenon?
For an individual,
Yeah.
it's just to try to be as open-minded and sympathetic to others as you can. It's not easy. And in controversial, complicated situations, or even in the hard sciences. I mean, I find it all the time, and just in professional work. Okay, you sort of try to deal with it somehow.
And the structural antidote? Imagine you're...
I don't think there is. In general, there isn't one, because it's a good thing. I mean, I don't criticize Einstein for having not been willing to believe quantum theoretic approaches, and in fact, as you know way better than I do, a lot of good experimental proposals came out of that. You know, like what's it called? The quantum, you know, things too far apart to communicate. That are, you know, the name for that, I forget what it is. That came out of an experimental proposal that Einstein and a couple others made. But so there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, that's the way human behavior ought to be. I mean, it can get to the point where it becomes a personal ego trip. It becomes an effort to take over and control. But these are just aspects of human life that you have to deal with. It can happen in a family. You know.
Yes.
There's no general answer.
There is this creationism phenomenon, which bears on science also. What has been your reaction?
First, a lot of it comes from a religious source. I mean, people, and a lot of it's really genuine. You know, people do not want to accept the idea that what they interpret as meaning, everything is determined. It doesn't mean, science doesn't mean that, but that's, if you have a superficial understanding of science, and in fact, even if you read what plenty of scientists and philosophers say, it's basically saying, look, you don't have any free will, you don't have any choices, everything's determined, it's all, you're just kind of acting out something in a system of controls that you have nothing to do with. Well, yeah, I don't want to believe that, in fact don't, and I can easily see why other people don't want to believe it. They want to believe that there's something good going on in the world. Maybe I can't grasp it, but there's a force somewhere that is trying to make us better, make the world better, make good things happen and bad things not happen. And it's just, and also it's just for personal reasons. To go back to the mother of the dying child, you know, I want to see my child again someday, so I'd like to believe it. Well, you know, one consequence of this array of beliefs is to think that the world was created. And that's very common. I mean, you know, founding fathers, for example, who did want to separate church and state, were called deists. The idea was God, it was even said this way, God is a retired engineer. He got the whole thing started, gave it a kick in the pants, and then he left, and you guys are supposed to run it. Well, that was kind of like sort of secular religion that was common at the time. But at the same time, the U.S. has, since its origins, has been kind of off the spectrum in extremist religious beliefs. I mean, if you do look at, there are comparative studies, and belief in the United States, belief in miracles, in the devil, the world was created 10,000 years ago, and so on, is just off the spectrum. You don't find that. And, I mean, to some extent, you find it in other industrial societies, like in England, you find it. But the United States is literally off the graph. And this goes back to its origins. I mean, the country was founded by religious extremists. The people who founded, the settlers of New England were following God's will. There's a streak in U.S. history which is called providentialism. Very dominant streak, goes all the way from, founding fathers, so-called, up to the current presidents and so on. God has a conception of history. We're acting it out. And some of the ways in which this was applied are pretty remarkable. So, for example, the core of, take, say, the English settlers in New England, Mayflower and all that stuff. The first charter of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, given by the King Charles, was, I think, 1628. And the goal of the Massachusetts colony was to bring the benefits of civilization, including the Christian religion, to the Indians who were pleading for it. We're doing them a favor. In fact, if you look at the Great Seal of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, around 1629, they had a seal. It's very revealing. It ought to be on the wall of every classroom in the country. What it shows, it's the founding of the country. What it shows is an Indian with spears pointed down, sign of peace, and out of the Indian's mouth is a scroll, and the scroll says, "Come over and help us." So the colonists were carrying out what is now called the responsibility to protect, fancy term for imperialism that's common. So they were carrying out the responsibility to protect. They were totally selfless. They were coming over just to answer the plea of the indigenous population to come over and help us. That's the time when the famous phrase, "city on a hill," was produced. 1630, John Winthrop gave a famous statement and said, "We're a city on the hill. We're not like any other country in the world. We're benevolent, selfless, coming over to answer the plea of the Indians to help us." That goes right until today. That's a leading theme of scholarship, that we're different, and journalism, of course, that we're just different from everyone else because we're a city on the hill. Shining city on the hill, as Reagan put it. It's right to this minute. And the reason comes from our answering the plea of the natives to help them. Well, in fact, they exterminated them. And that was explained too. You take a look at, leading Supreme Court justices, commentators, others, they say, well, the ways of God are mysterious. Although we came to help the Indians and we tried, everything we did was in their interest, somehow they withered away, And that's the phrase that was used. They just, like the leaves in autumn, they kind of blew away. And this goes right on to the present. I mean, towards the end of the century, like say early 20th century, it's pretty hard to go on with this. So you get people like Theodore Roosevelt, one of the most extreme racist, murderers in American history. That's why he's on Mount Rushmore. He explained to, he was, during the second term of his presidency, it must have been maybe 1906 or 7, I don't know when exactly, he gave a talk to a group of missionaries in which he explained to them that it was for the benefit of the native population that we exterminated them. Literally, almost his words. He said because it enabled a superior race to replace them. And that was very common. You read things like that in Walt Whitman, Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great heroes. This is an extremely racist country. And they invented a mythology of Anglo-Saxonism we're all Anglo-Saxons, like you and me. We're Anglo-Saxons. Jefferson, for example, who was a big believer in this, said we've got to go back to, like, I don't know, the 8th century or something, when there were pure Anglo-Saxons, not before they were contaminated by others, and that's the ideal of humanity and justice and everything. This runs, Benjamin Franklin, for example,
So the
thought that
Germans
we
just got
shouldn't.
there first.
He
The
thought
Germans
that,
just got there first as a
well,
massive.
actually, Franklin thought that we shouldn't allow immigration of Germans and Swedes because they're not white enough. They're kind of a little off color. But we, the pure Anglo-Saxons, just carry civilization forward. It goes, it's incredible, the history of it. I won't go through it, but Hitler looks mild in comparison. And this goes right through in fact, Hitler kind of used this as a model. It goes right through American history, goes right until today. It's part of the American exceptionalism, Wilsonian idealism, very racist, and it's just all over. Okay, well, one aspect of these beliefs is just what most of the world would call religious extremism. So there were what were called great reawakenings in American history, periods of sort of mass enthusiasm because Christ is coming or whatever it may be. And it's all over the place. It just keeps recurring. There was a big one in the 1950s. And you get, it's changed in the last 30 years in an interesting way. This has been right through American history, but it never really entered the core of the political system. There were, it influenced things. But there was a big change. I think it comes from I don't think it's ever been studied, but my impression is it comes from Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was an honest, sincere, fundamentalist Christian. Probably believed everything he was saying. Kind of like an honest, simple guy. So all this business, which most of the world considers kind of like off the wall, he believed. And I think and American elections are essentially run by the PR industry, and party managers got an idea, I think. I can't prove it, but it seems to me what happened is this. Party managers recognized that if you pretend to be, a devout Christian, you pick up like 30% of the vote. And in fact, every presidential candidate since Carter has professed to be a devout Christian. Take, say, Bill Clinton, probably is about as religious as I am. His handlers made sure that every Monday morning there was a photograph of him in the Baptist church or whatever it is, singing hymns and so on and so forth. That's a way in which you sort of pick up a segment of the population. And I don't think there's a single exception since Carter.
You lose integrity, honesty, and everything else goes down the drain, of course, as a habitual obstacle to success. But it's appealing to something that's pretty deep in American culture, including, it's intertwined with racism, with Anglo-Saxon fanaticism, with come over and help us. You find it's just a big strain in the culture. You've been very skeptical of what are called conspiracy theories, popular conspiracy theories from Kennedy assassination through 9/11. So, not dealing with those specific theories, but more with the general issue. What advice would you give to people who are trying to figure out when elites are in fact conspiring, and when the view that they are doing that is really just a cultish conspiracy theory?
So, say, take the Second World War. Okay, we're not talking about the Roosevelt administration, most liberal administration ever. From 1939 to 1945, there were meetings taking place. These people have brains. There were meetings taking place of high-level State Department planners and the Council on Foreign Relations, which is kind of like the out-of-government closest organization of business people, others who are kind of have interests in foreign policy. It's not a secret organization. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about it, but it's quite open. And they were meeting regularly. They had something called the War Peace Studies Group. in which they were planning for the post-war world. Well, makes good sense. I mean,
Why is that a conspiracy?
they were conspiring to figure out what to do in the post-war world.
By that argument, everybody is conspiring.
Yeah, it is. The board of General Motors is conspiring. It's a conspiracy. They're working together, top-level planners, to decide how to run the world. And what they said is extremely interesting. In fact, they laid out principles which were quite interesting, which are still carried out. You know, they're still the guiding principles. They were implemented in the early post-war world. Their proposals are almost the same as those that the government developed in the late 40s. Okay, that's a real conspiracy theory. Now, there, in fact, is one book about it by Larry Shoup and William Minter. It's called Imperial Brain Trust. Okay, the phrase is okay. They should have given it a different title because it gives the mainstream an easy way to just disregard it. It's very accurate. It just quotes the documents. It's virtually unmentionable, and the people on the left who are looking for conspiracy theories never mention it. It's a conspiracy, an open conspiracy, which had lots of consequences. It still does. Or take, say, I mean, there are some technical conspiracies, like where people go to jail for conspiracy. One of them has enormous influence in, should be better known. I mean, in the 1940s, General Motors, Firestone, and Standard Oil of California conspired to buy up and destroy the very efficient electric railway systems in Los Angeles and many other places, and convert it all to use of fossil fuels, you know, trucks, cars, and so on. Well, you know, that was one part of a huge social engineering project, the government and others, corporations, which just changed the country to something which may destroy the species. We're now living with it, the wasteful use of fossil fuel, which was purposeful. They were taken to court. They were sentenced. They got a fine, I think $5,000 or something like that. But it was a real conspiracy, and one with enormous consequences. And there are many more like it.
There's a difference in kind between that and what people are referring to when they're talking about conspiracy theories. What's the difference in kind?
One difference is these are real. They're real major conspiracies which have huge consequences. But what a lot of people are looking for is some, you know, it's kind of a little bit like the people who listen to Rush Limbaugh. They want an answer. You know, the world is rotten. There must be something going on that we don't know about. And if we could only ferret it out, you know, that would tell us why the world is rotten. Actually, the reason is right in front of your eyes, and there's plenty of evidence about it, but that's not exciting enough. So we want to believe, take, say, the Kennedy conspiracy theories. I mean, there's only one interesting question that I know of about the Kennedy assassination. Namely, was it a high-level conspiracy with policy consequences? If it wasn't, then unless you worship royalty, I don't see why it's different from the last killing in Roxbury. You know, yeah, you don't want somebody to be killed. But the conspiracy theorists, good friends, incidentally, who think I'm, you know, really think I'm kind of like a major criminal for this, they're devoted to something else. They want to show that there was a high-level conspiracy which took away from us this magnificent person who was going to do all sorts of terrific things, you know, and make it a better world. And it's because they killed him that we got into the awful mess that we're in. Well, you know, there are ways of investigating that. You can look at Kennedy's policies. You can look at his statements. You can look at his actions. You can look at what followed when exactly his advisors, same people, including the Doves, made the decisions. And you can see that, you know, he was one of the hawkish members toward the hawkish side of his administration. He was dragged kind of reluctantly into a little support for civil rights and a few other things. He was carrying out the terror wars against Cuba right to the day of the assassination, and on and on. And furthermore, nothing changed. I mean, what changed with the same advisors, the ones who were giving, even the ones who were advising him on withdrawal, you know, how good idea. They did change their positions because the facts changed. But there's no indication, and there isn't the slightest particle of evidence of any high-level conspiracy. So therefore you look for something else. You know, the CIA didn't like him for this, that, and the other reason. And there's a huge industry about that. And of course, you know, in all these things, you put piles of factoids together, you know. If you have no conception of what a theory and an explanation is, and remember, most people outside the sciences don't, what you do is collect factoids. You know, this happened, that happened, how do you explain that, how do you explain this? I mean, if you were to look at scientific experiments that way, you could disprove all of science. I mean, that's one of the reasons why scientists do experiments. I mean, instead of taking videotapes of what's happening out the window, you take videotapes. Yeah, why did that thing move over there? I don't see any reason for it, you know. And so obviously somebody's pushing it. Okay, these elementary facts, understanding is mostly gone outside of the sciences. It's one of the reasons why I think, you know, any educational system, people ought to study something about the sciences, just so you learn what an argument is, you know, then you see what an explanation is. But for most of education, that's gone. So they're trying to put something together, and you have these very elaborate schemes and systems. There's no evidence for them, but you got to believe them. Like, it's not that I disbelieve them. Like, maybe they're true, maybe they're right. Maybe it was the CIA, maybe it was the mafia, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. Who cares? You know, it has essentially no significance unless you believe that in the Camelot story, that Kennedy was just about to do the most magnificent things, and that's why he was killed. But then you have to have some evidence for that. And when you look at those stories, they're extremely interesting. Even really good people, I could list them, good historians, the kind of evidence they give is kind of shocking. The main idea is, well, Kennedy was kind of a Machiavellian. He had these plans in his mind to do all kind of wonderful things, but he had to conceal them from his advisors because they would have blocked them. So he therefore said, you know, we can't get out of Vietnam before victory. But that was in order to delude McNamara and other people so they wouldn't know that he really was going to get out, you know. And it goes on and on like this. I mean, it's all just worship of royalty, you know, which is kind of nice, you know, you feel something magnificent was happening. And the Camelot story is a very easy one to believe in because Kennedy was no fool. He knew, he understood right away, you want to get a good press and, you know, a good record, butter up the intellectuals. Make them think you love them. And he did. You know, you're a little too young to remember, but in the early 60s in Cambridge, you know, every morning on the Eastern Shuttle, Harvard and MIT professors were flying down to Washington to have lunch with Jackie and to say hello to Jack and, you know, talk to Dean and all that kind of stuff. And coming back in the evening just glowing with joy at how they were rubbing shoulders with royalty. And they were treating them nicely, probably making fun of them when they left, but and they got a very good, you know, they got a very good image. You know, that's where the Camelot story comes from. But if you try to look at the facts, it just, you know, just shrivels away. So what you have to do is say, well, the facts really didn't matter. He had these Machiavellian schemes and so on. All right, that's the Kennedy assassination story. The 9/11 one is pretty interesting, actually. It's a huge part of the country. I mean, I think it's like maybe a third of the population or half the population. The activists in it, the people in the center of it, as far as I can tell, very few of them are people with any record or involvement in political activism, you know, doing anything. Maybe a couple here and there. Most of them are just drawn into it. And, you know, and they have factoids too. Like somebody found nanothermite, whatever the hell that is, on the bottom of Building 7 or whatever. Okay, I have no idea what it means or if it means anything. But that's the core of a large part of the evidence that was done by the Bush administration. Now, the people who are writing about this, they are experts in physics and civil engineering on the basis of an hour on the internet. Okay, so you spend an hour on the internet, you become a super expert in civil engineering and physics, and you learn what nanothermite is, and, you know, and so on. And it's kind of like, I mean, you know, I don't have to tell you what it takes to understand something about physics. It's not an hour on the internet. They've managed to collect a very small scattering of architects and one or two people who are supposed to be scientists and a couple of others who write articles in the Journal of 9/11 Studies and maybe sometimes in an online journal somewhere. And so, okay, that proves that the scientific world is with us. And then comes along a big story. There's some obvious questions. Like, suppose the Bush administration did it. Why would they blame Saudis? Are they insane? I mean, they wanted to invade Iraq, right? Everybody agrees with that. So why don't they blame Iraqis? Okay, if they had blamed Iraqis, open and shut case. You get the whole countries for you, you get a UN resolution, and NATO supports you, you just go ahead and invade Iraq. Since they blamed Saudis, therefore harming themselves, that's their closest ally, they had to go jump through hoops to try to invent stories about weapons of mass destruction and connections to Al-Qaeda and all this other thing. They finally invaded Iraq. So, like, are they lunatics? I mean, that's one possibility, of course. You got another explanation for why they should blame Saudis?
The 9/11 person would say, yes, because they're very, very subtle.
They're very devious. Yeah, that's exactly what you get. It would have been too obvious if they'd blamed Iraqis, so they had to do it some other way. Yeah, you can look. You can find answers to anything if you try hard enough. And huge efforts are going into this. Nothing's ever going to happen. They tried it for 7 years. They never indicted Bush. Of course, we're never going to. They go on for another 50 years. It's never going to have any effect. It does have an effect. It diverts a lot of energy and effort from trying to do something like, say, stop the war in Iraq. But of course, that takes effort and it's costly and so on. They also feel extremely brave because it's so risky to write a note on the internet saying, I think Bush is a really bad guy. Wow, you're practically in Guantanamo. And then they can find some guy who, instead of teaching his courses, taught about this stuff and therefore wasn't rehired, which is normal. And I would have never been rehired if I'd done it. I taught courses on this kind of stuff, but in my spare time, you have some duties at the university. But you can put all this stuff together and get some story. So you're feeling very brave and bold, and then come stories about the reasons why people like me don't go along. We're secret CIA agents. We're, I think the phrase is left gatekeepers. There's a category of left gatekeepers. The government inserts into the popular movements people who pretend to be critical, but they're really gatekeepers. They're just trying to stop the real criticism. And Bush put the bombs in Building 7 and so on. And you can build up big stories like that, and a lot of people believe them. I mean, it's a little bit like believing that the reason for why my life is collapsing is because the rich liberals who own the corporations are giving everything away to illegal immigrants. It's an answer too. You find some factoids about that. But people who are, kind of at a loss, they don't trust anything rightly. They don't trust institutions. They think everybody's lying to them. Their lies are no good. Nothing makes any sense. Okay, these things have a certain appeal. They, like Rush Limbaugh, they have an internal logic. Maybe they don't make, And if you don't understand what an explanation is, a collection of factoids is an explanation.
There's one part of it that is pretty striking, at least to me, which is if 30 or 40% of the United States population believes that Bush did it, I mean, obviously it's ludicrous, but 30 to 40% of the population believes he did it. Well, that means there's virtually nothing that the left can say to that 30, 40% of the United States that's worse. I mean, how bad can you get, right? Yeah. So then you have to ask, why is that 30, 40% not doing anything, given that they think they live in whatever it is that they think?
Yeah, they think they're run by a mass murderer who wants to kill the American people. Yeah. Okay, let's go on to the next topic.
But it is interesting because it says, what do you have to do to talk to that sector of people, not about 9/11, but about changing the world that they live in?
I ask a lot of people that. Yeah. So, you think you're being run by a maniac who wants to kill all the Americans, why don't you do anything about it? The answer is always the same. It's hopeless.
Yeah,
there's nothing we can do. I mean, we're just victims of some powerful force.
But it is an important answer. Because it says something to us about what our agenda has to be. We have to overcome that.
You have to say, look, there are things you can do about the real problems. first of all,
Convincing
figure out what the real
people,
problems are, then you can do something about them. But of course, that's, that for the person you're talking to, that's a much harder choice.
Sure.
It's easier to say, I can't do anything, I give up. It's easier to say that than to say, look, there are a lot of things I can do, and then go ahead and do them, and they really are risky, and so on. It's that way with a lot of things. I mean, take, say, the...
It's very graphic.
This one's very graphic. There are a lot of others, not quite this graphic, but, I mean, take, say, the Israeli lobby story. It's extremely convenient to believe that the Israeli lobby controls the United States.
It's out of control.
First of all, what can I do? The Jews are so powerful, I can't do anything. The other thing is, it preserves American innocence. So we are the city on the hill. It's just that we're being led around by these Jews. What can we do? And in many ways, it's a very attractive position. I mean, it falls apart as soon as you look at it, obviously, but it doesn't make any difference. And it does attract a lot of people on the left. A lot of people.
No, I know. Yeah, is there such a thing as human nature? Or are the groups or the people who deny the possibility of such a thing, which includes a great many Marxists, correct in denying that there's any such thing as human nature?
Well, either there is such a thing as human nature, or humans are angels from another planet or another universe. I mean, any organism that exists in the organic world has a nature. That's what distinguishes it from other organisms. So we're different from insects, we're different from apes, and so on and so forth. And that can either be because we're like other organisms and we have some kind of a nature, or it's because maybe God implanted us in the world or something like that. Those are the two options. Now, you're absolutely right about Marx. People call themselves Marxists. In fact, even well-known Marxists like Gramsci say that there's no nature, human nature, there's just history. If you can find a couple of phrases like that in Marx. They can't have meant what they said. What they probably meant was human nature can take many different exemplifications depending on circumstances, which is of course true. The same is true of insects. But this has become a kind of a slogan. And it's considered sort of it's considered that if you, on the left, or what's called the left, that if you deny that there's any human nature, you're in favor of change. If you say there is a human nature, you got to be reactionary, because you're saying, people have to be rotten and have slaves and so on. There's nothing like that. In fact, if you take a look at Marx, who they pay fealty to, he was a dedicated believer in human nature. I mean, in fact, he took most of his ideas right out of the Enlightenment and the Romantic period where he lived. And he carried them over. That's his concept of alienation, for example, and somehow your fundamental nature is a need for creative work under your own control. If it's dominated by others, you get alienated labor. The whole story comes out of that. It's based on a conception of human nature. Is there any evidence for it? Well, let's take the real study. I mean, let's assume we're not angels. Okay, we're organisms. So therefore, there is human nature. Okay, then we try to discover what it is. Well, we do it the way we discover what bee nature is. It's much harder. We're much more complicated organisms. And unlike other organisms, we can't do direct experiments. But if you want to study the parts of human nature that have to do with the issues that matter in human affairs, you can't do anything much in the way of comparative evidence, because humans are just different. There isn't much in the way of comparative evidence. Some, but it's pretty thin. And what there is at an evolutionary distance of 12, 15 million years. It's a long time. Other animals have changed and we've changed. So you just don't get much. I mean, there's some comparative evidence, but not much. Direct experimental evidence, yes, there's some in some areas. Like, take, say, language, where I work. There's quite a lot of evidence there, and that it's a unique human property. There's nothing remotely like it in the animal world, as far as we know. But you can learn a lot about it, because it's kind of isolated, and you can separate it from other things. Actually, many of the questions you'd like to ask about language are beyond experiment, the traditional questions. Like, for example, how you and I are doing what we're now doing. How are we able to produce freely new expressions that have maybe new ideas that have never been expressed, and if you say it, I understand it, and so on and so forth. What's sometimes called the creative aspect of language use. which was a big topic, and in the tradition. I mean, Descartes, Rousseau, Humboldt, others, but we don't know. We can't study that. We can study the mechanisms that enter into it, but not much about the. As soon as you get to choice and decision and so on, you're kind of at sea. But there are a lot of topics you can study. There are many that are beyond what we know how to study, but there's got to be a nature. Otherwise, we're kind of like either we're angels or kind of like amoebas. Anything that happens to us just shapes us, and we become some shapeless form.
Otherwise, a baby could grow up to be a penguin.
Yeah, something. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like there's a huge debate about whether there's an innate language faculty. Well, I mean, the answer to that is so trivial that you have to wonder who's asking the question. I mean, like if, say, my granddaughter and her pet, a chimp or songbird or whatever, have exactly the same data, how come my granddaughter picks out of the data something that's language related, reflexively, of course, and then again reflexively ends up doing what you and I are doing, whereas the other animals don't even take the first step? Well, it's either a miracle or she's got a language faculty. There's no other option. But there's a huge debate about that, even among people called scientists. People are extremely rational about themselves for some reason. But yes, there has to be a human nature. If there wasn't, it's just stuff. It's inconceivable, and we can try to find out what it is. Well, on issues that really matter to us, the sciences don't tell us very much. Let me tell you a little. So, for example, why are people, say, altruistic? Why do you help others? Okay, there's some evidence from biology. Most of it just sort of gives some basis for what you know anyway. So people tend to be more caring for their children than for their cousins, let's say. Okay, you can give a story about kin selection, the genes that get proliferated and so on. It tells you something. It doesn't tell you why people on Cape Cod go into icy waters and storms to try to rescue stranded dolphins. No kin relation, but they do it, And it doesn't tell you why they spend huge effort in doing that, but don't care about a kid starving across the street, They don't tell you why you take care of your stepchildren, where they're stepchildren. So yeah, it tells you something. And there are there's one category, reciprocal altruism, worked on by Robert Trivers, a very good biologist, which actually has some interesting results. You help somebody else, they help you, so on. Most things you just have to rely on what we call intuition, meaning introspection, experience, evidence of history, whatever they may be, and you can get some, not vacuous speculations about what human beings are like.
What's the utility of the view that there is no human nature that causes it to be widespread, particularly on the left?
The utility is that you can convince yourself, if you're sufficiently irrational, that means we can introduce changes. Incidentally, these views are extremely popular among a segment of the left, the Leninist segment. They may deny it. But these views are useful for people who want to be managers. If there's no human nature, then if I control people, there's no moral barrier to it. Because if there's no human nature anyway, I can determine what they should be, and of course I'm completely benevolent because there's no human nature for other people, there is for me. So I'm benevolent, and I know what's right, and therefore I can kind of help these amoebas to turn into good things instead of bad things. It's a very convenient doctrine for the managerial class, which includes a lot of the left, unfortunately.
There are people who will respond to the idea of justice, equity, fairness, people controlling their own lives, and they'll say, oh yeah, it sounds nice, but human nature precludes it. Human nature is such that, and I'm talking about, caring people who will just say, yeah, of course I'd like to live in a better world like that, but it's like asking a tree to fly. It's not possible because there is a human nature, And human nature is such that it precludes the possibility of that kind of situation and yields instead what we see all around us and what we've seen through history. How would you try to talk to counter, to address that kind of view, which is very widespread?
Well, two ways. First, the way you try to evaluate any factual statement. Right, you made a factual claim. Back it up. Do you have scientific basis for it? Do you have evidence for it? Well, you know.
They're going to say, my evidence is all over. No, I have a history of, well, that's what they're going to say. I have a history of suffering and conflict and,
you have a history
denial,
of benevolence and dedication to improving things. Yeah, history tells you all kinds of things. Doesn't tell you what you want. The same history can tell you the opposite if you want. So you're picking out of history certain features which happen to have an interesting consequence. They prevent you from doing anything. They're very self-serving. I mean, if nothing can be changed, then it's fine if you just want to be Ayn Rand or something. But you have no evidence for it, because if you take a look at history, you just as well find the opposite. You can show in history that Kropotkin was right in saying that mutual aid is a factor in evolution. Yeah, okay, it's as good as the evidence to the contrary. So you take the range of history and experience and so on, and you can pick out something that will justify you in just looking out for number one, or you can take something that would justify you in devoting yourself to the welfare of others. It's your choice, but you can't claim any argument from history. In fact, if you really take arguments from history seriously, you know, we could argue about how seriously you should do it, but there is something noticeable. I mean, there is a tendency throughout history towards more and more commitment to justice, equity, and freedom. And you see it pretty clearly. And we even see it in our own lifetimes. Like take, say, women's rights, rights of minorities, concern over future generations, the environmentalist movement. It was very limited 40 or 50 years ago. Now it's quite broad. You go back further, say, the right to vote, you know, right to associate, the right of freedom of speech, you know. By and large, rights, there has been it is regression, you know, a lot of horrible things, but one pretty noticeable tendency in history is towards more freedom and justice and equity.
But the interesting thing, actually one of the interesting things is that when people engage in antisocial behavior, they have to, and routinely do, act as though that's not what they're doing. They cover it with a rationalization. Well, why would you need to do that? If antisocial behavior was actually wired in and part of us, we wouldn't alibi it. We would just say that's what we're doing. I mean, a wolf wouldn't say, I'm eating the sheep because I'm trying to help the sheep. It would just say, I'm eating the sheep because I'm hungry.
That's right.
And the same thing goes for human. No, nobody does that.
Henry Kissinger probably would say it on the Cambodia bombing. But, you know, yeah, that's a good argument. Why do you bother to rationalize?
What's the purpose of education in current society? You know, and say now in the United States. We live in the United States, so.
Well, we know the cliches about what it's supposed to be.
I'm not asking that. What's the real purpose?
A lot of the purpose, and this has become, it's always been there, but it's becoming quite striking in recent years, is just training for obedience and conformity. Actually, there's been a substantial movement since the 1960s in this direction. Which the 60s were very frightening to elites, liberal, right-wing, whoever. They didn't like the fact that too many people were just becoming too independent. And they focused, and the literature focuses on the crazy fringe, which existed, of course. But what really worried them was not the crazy fringe, but the mainstream of the activism, which was civilizing the country. It was raising questions that were difficult and unpleasant, you know, war, sexism, all sorts of things. But the real problem was people were just becoming too independent. And in fact, it was so overwhelming that they couldn't even keep quiet about it. I mean, talked about this before, but there's a very important book which everyone should read by the first publication of the Trilateral Commission. It's the liberal internationalist elite from the Trilateral was Europe, United States, and Japan. And that's the liberal side, liberal internationalists. And they were worried about what they called excessive democracy. Groups of people who are usually passive and apathetic are beginning to enter the political arena and press their own demands. Too much pressure on the state. We have to dampen it down. We have to have more what they called moderation in democracy. One of the things that concerned them very much was students. And part of the proposal, this comes from Harvard University professor who contributed, Samuel Huntington, is that the problem was that that we've been seeing the failure of the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young, their phrase. Now that phrase is usually not expressed, it's sort of kept under wraps, but there was enough concern so that it came out. The institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young aren't doing their job. Schools, universities, churches, the young are not being indoctrinated properly, and we have to do something about it. Now that was part of a very widespread phenomenon. It runs over to the law and order efforts of Nixon. It includes the drug war, which was motivated by this to a substantial extent, including mythology that was concocted about an addicted army and all sorts of other things. It shows up in raising tuitions and other disciplinary techniques for the young to try to indoctrinate them better. It continues right to the present. On the Obama administration, for example, Obama has stiffened and extended the Bush proposals of what's called No Child Left Behind, which also came from liberals, Edward Kennedy and others. No Child Left Behind is a kind of a euphemism, which means trained to test. Don't allow children to be creative, inventive, explore, and so on and so forth. Make sure they pass that next test. And in fact, there's pressure, because the teacher's salary depends on it, and a lot of pressure, so evaluations and so on. Well, that's all of us, anyone who went to a good school like we do, got there because we were obedient enough to do this idiotic kind of stuff. So yeah, you have a test coming, it's all crazy, you memorize what you have to memorize, 2 days later you forget it, and then you go on and you do what you feel like. I mean, anyone who hasn't had this experience is pretty unusual. But now it's the framework for teaching. And I think it traces back to the concern about the failure of the institutions to indoctrinate the young. Actually, let me give you a personal example. When I was in Mexico, I happened to give a talk at UNAM, the major university, a couple 100,000 students, very high quality, good campus, it's free. I also gave a talk at a city college, university, which is not only free, but it's open. Anybody can go. A lot of people aren't ready to go, so there's preparatory courses, and so maybe you got to wait, and so on and so forth. Also, quite high quality. I was impressed. The city university was established by López Obrador, the sort of leftist mayor, but it's running. It's nice campus, doing good things, research institutes, and so on. All right, that's Mexico, poor country. From there, I just happened to go to California for talks. California is maybe the richest place in the world. It had a great public education system, best anywhere. It's being destroyed. In the major universities, say Berkeley and UCLA, tuitions are going up so high that it's becoming like private universities almost. And furthermore, they have big endowments, and like private universities, and very likely they'll be privatized. So the kind of jewels in the crown will become, Harvard and Yale, big elite universities. The rest of the system's meanwhile being degraded. So it's going down to a very good state system, but it's being degraded. Now that's the richest place in the world. Mexico's one of the poorer places in the world. It's not for economic reasons, any more than it's for economic reasons that Mexico has maybe the only independent newspaper in the hemisphere, and we don't have them except on the fringe. These are social and economic decisions. There are all kind of reasons for them. Could look into it, but they're worth considering. And the educational system is being constructed consciously, and in fact, you know, you can read the legislation and the commentary, so as to essentially indoctrinate. That's what training to test means. I mean, I can tell you personal examples from teachers. I could actually even see it with my grandchildren, but teachers who I've talked to have told me that, and students or parents have told me that, you know, I remember recently a parent told me that her daughter, like I forget what, you know, maybe 6th grade or something, was interested in some topic that came up in class, and asked the teacher about it, and, you know, wanted to think about it some more. And the teacher said, "I'm sorry, we can't talk about that because we have to make sure that on this that doesn't come up in the test, and you got to pass the test." Yeah, I'm sure that happens all the time. Okay, those are forms of indoctrination, imposing discipline, and so on. They've always been there. In fact, you know, you go back to the origins of one of the really impressive things about U.S. educational history by comparative standards is that the U.S. set up a mass public education system way before Europe did. And in fact has big research institutes, research universities, which Europe didn't have, and so on. So it was well in advance, and a lot of the economic industrial success of the United States is based on it. But even at the very beginning, during this period, a large part of the purpose of the mass education system was to turn independent farmers into disciplined factory workers, which was a big change. They didn't like it. These are huge changes. There was a lot of battles and struggles about it. You go back to the 19th century, you know, the working people regarded wage labor as approximately like slavery. And even Abraham Lincoln, you know, it's different from slavery because it's temporary. That was the position of the Republican Party, you know, and that was a very common view. And to try to drive that out of people's heads and get them to be subordinated to big corporate institutions in which they're essentially cogs in a machine, that was hard. And a large part of the education system was training for that. It's not everything. I mean, you know, there's creative teaching too.
So, in this view, the current educational system, while there are holes and there are, you know, basically its aim is to indoctrinate, is the word you're using, is to take.
They used.
Is
I'm borrowing it.
Right. Is to take the incoming classes, to acclimate them to boredom, to make them capable of enduring incredible boredom, obey orders, follow discipline, and so on.
And to be skilled.
And to be skilled at the skills that are called for by the system that they're about to enter. Okay, so and in some cases that means that there's a small sector of people who are going to run the system out there who are conveyed certain kinds of skills that are associated with thinking and being open-minded and so on. They're going to be the masters. Okay, if that's the picture of education as we suffer it, I guess is the right word, in the United States and developed world and so on, what is good education? What would be a system of education?
I mean, take, say, graduate education in the sciences. I mean, take where I am, MIT. One of the reasons I've never dreamed of going anywhere else is because I like the culture there. It's a science-based university. It's kind of research-oriented. Students are expected to challenge. They're not expected to copy down what they were told. If they can get up in a class and say, I think you're wrong, I got a better idea, that's good. That's, I mean, it doesn't work 100%, but the kind of culture is that's what you're supposed to cultivate. And in fact, that's what a good education in the sciences is, and for a pretty good reason. If it wasn't that, the sciences would die. And they survive on challenge, creativity, new ideas, which often come from young people. I mean, any faculty member has got a gray cell functioning. If they don't learn from their students, there's something wrong with them. And that's what education ought to be. In fact, it ought to be across the board.
suppose I know you don't like to give advice, but nonetheless, suppose somebody's getting out of school and they're thinking about becoming a professor.
A professor?
Yeah. And the person says, I want to be socially relevant. I want to be responsible. I want to contribute to justice. Is becoming a professor a good route to follow, or are the pitfalls and the dangers so bad that I'm likely to be dysfunctional and incapable of carrying out my will?
First of all, remember that no human being is solely a professional. You're also a human being. So you can be an algebraic topologist and do extremely good work, socially relevant work. I mean, take, say, MIT, which you remember. The faculty peace groups, which were not very radical, but by the standards of the day were, kind of like off the spectrum, were mostly from MIT faculty and mostly scientists, professional scientists, Nobel laureates,
The person's asking you about becoming an economist, a sociologist, a psychologist,
okay,
et cetera.
But first thing is, to be a professor or a carpenter or whatever you decide to be does not exclude being a human being. So there's plenty that you can do. But suppose you want to go into a profession that has immediate human consequences, economics, sociology, history, and so on. It's not excluded. It's going to be hard. But there are people who do it. Could give names. There are people who go into those professions and do extremely good work. It's not so easy. You do run into the filters and the barriers.
Extrapolate the question a little bit. Of course it's possible. I have friends. But what does the person need to do to protect themselves from what occurs 90% of the time, which is the loss of those desires and the following out of the instructions to advance? How does the person protect against that?
By just being honest and having a thick skin. I mean, you have to understand what the reaction is going to be. People don't like to be challenged. I mean, it's the same, even in the sciences are better in this respect, but even there, and in other fields, literary, teaching languages, whatever it may be, being a professor can be a very comfortable job. I mean, you can be a professor in some Ivy League university and do nothing but keep rewriting your thesis, with sort of, more data, or, you dug up some more documents or something like that. You don't have to bother thinking. You don't have to bother seeing students. They never raise any interesting questions. And you're well off, much better paid than professors are much better paid than they ought to be, including me. And it's a nice, comfortable life. So, and they're not going to like it if they're going to be challenged. And furthermore, if you're, say, an economist and you challenge it, you got a lot of forces pressing against you, not just I might say, take, say, right now, Obama. I mean, when Obama picked his economic advisors, we're in the midst of a huge crisis. He had to pick economic advisors. Who did he pick? I mean, did he pick Nobel laureates who raise a couple of questions, like Joseph Stiglitz or Paul Krugman or others, not flaming radicals, but they do raise some questions. And they're Nobel laureates, very respected in their field. I mean, not even considered. What he picked is the people who created the crisis. Larry Summers, Robert Rubin, the big advisor, Tim Geithner. Okay, because he's in the pocket of the financial institutions. I mean, the ones who put him into power. So he picked people who are going to do their job. Actually, it's kind of interesting to see how that worked. You learn a lot about how the political system works just by paying some attention to what's, again, on the front pages. So Obama, the financial institutions, which are now pretty much the core of the economy since big changes took place since the 70s, they preferred him to McCain. They were the core of his funding. They sort of got him in. And he's expected to work for them naturally. And that's what the advisors were. That's what the policies are. You bail out Goldman Sachs by picking up the debts of AIG and, the whole story. Well, it led to a lot of popular anger. A lot of the popular anger is seriously misdirected, but the anger is understandable. I mean, here we are bailing out Blank Fine and those guys, the ones who created the crisis, and they're making more profits than ever and giving out huge bonuses and so on after we bailed them out. Not just TARP, that's a small part of it. They claim they paid back TARP, that's a tiny part of it. But here those guys who created the crisis are doing great. Meanwhile, we're suffering. For manufacturing workers, it's kind of like the Great Depression, like 1 out of 6 unemployed. So, there's anger. And Obama is a politician, he had to respond to it. So he kind of responded by changing his rhetoric. So, started talking about greedy bankers and they shouldn't have big bonuses and so on. He was taught a lesson very fast. Within days, the bankers and financial institutions and others announced very publicly, read a front page story in the New York Times, you keep talking like that, we're going to destroy you. We're going to drop, we've funded you and other Democrats, we're going to not do it. We're doing it to the Republicans. It's even people are supposed to be his friends. Head of J.P. Morgan Chase is claimed a friend of his, an advisor and so on, said, forget it. You try talking like that, you start talking about regulation, even if you don't mean it, we're just going to get rid of you. Within days, Obama conceded. He gave an interview to the business press, Bloomberg News, which you then saw in the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere, in which he said, these bankers are really fine guys, they're my best friends. He said, I speak for the American people when I say they deserve their bonuses because we believe in the free market. I mean, is that what the American people are saying? The American people wants to tear them to shreds, But I speak for the American people because we believe that these are great guys and they deserve their bonuses and everything else because we believe in the free market, which doesn't believe in for a minute. The succession of events was kind of like a caricature of the critique of the harshest critique of the political system.
So this leads into the next large area that I want to talk about with you, which is the economy, or economics. I have a sequence of questions about economic institutions, structures, etc. Let's start with the most obvious, prominent one that people talk about. In your view, what's wrong with private ownership of the means of production?
Well, here I agree with American working people in the 19th century. I mean, wage labor is fundamentally no different from slavery, unless it's temporary, which it was for a lot of people in the 19th century. We should not have relations of hierarchy, dominance, subordination, centralized control over the means of life, people who give orders
Private
and others
ownership
take
applies all that?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, if you have private ownership of the means of production, it means that, first of all, the people, it's not just one person, it's a institution, so you get maybe it's a corporation or private business or something. First of all, internally, it's essentially a totalitarian institution, almost necessarily. There's a group at the top, maybe a person or a group, they make the decisions, they give orders, people down the hierarchy get the orders, and transmit them. At the very bottom, you get people who are permitted to rent themselves to survive. That's called a job, wage labor. And you get the outside community who's allowed to purchase what you produce, and of course they're very heavily propagandized to make them want to consume it even if they don't. So I mean, that's the nature of the system. It's kind of about as close to totalitarianism as you can imagine. And it gets even worse because when you get to the corporate system, these are state-created institutions given great privileges by the state, meaning the public, to the extent that the system's democratic. I mean, you can argue maybe on technical economic grounds that it's worth giving them those privileges, but that doesn't change the fact. So just take the very nature of corporations. I mean, corporations are based on what's called limited liability, meaning if you're a participant in a corporation, and the corporation, say, carries out mass murder, there's limited liability. The participants aren't guilty of it. So corporate manslaughter, for example, is a huge phenomenon, but it's almost never punished. I mean, I could give a few references on it that are not studied very much. Okay, that's a big gift, and that's just the beginning. I mean, after that, the state has given massive other benefits to corporations. I mean, it's now just embedded into American law. In fact, we saw a really dramatic and striking example in January, the Supreme Court decision on Citizens United versus Federal Electoral Commission. The ultra-right on the court, they're called conservative, but it's nothing to do with conservatism. The ultra-right majority, appointed by Bush, managed to railroad through with radical judicial activism, just what they're alleged to oppose. They managed to ram something through which, in effect, grants corporations the right to buy elections. I mean, they were doing it anyway, but do it in all kind of complex and indirect ways. Now it says simply you can advertise for the candidate you like right to the end, as much money as you want. I mean, when it's discussed, it said corporations and unions, but that's a bad joke. So it's corporations. And it was, the decision was supported by the ACLU. I mean, they were one of the groups that I think they presented a brief in favor of it. And, I kind of understand it in a way. I mean, it's based on the idea that goes back a century that corporations are what are called natural entities. About a century ago, the courts and courts and lawyers kind of shifted to a view of corporations, which had in fact been articulated, but it was kind of like in the background. But that finally became sort of formalized a century ago, and that is that corporations, though they are state-created legal entities, are natural entities, meaning persons. So they're identical with persons. Humans of flesh and blood. Well, humans of flesh and blood have, say, the rights of the, Bill of Rights. So therefore corporations do. I mean, this has already been happening. Like, it didn't come out of the blue, but it became kind of institutionalized. Furthermore, a decision was made also by the courts that corporations are identical with the managers, identical. So the corporation becomes like not workers and community, forget about them, but not even shareholders. It just becomes management, which means the management of a corporation is a person with all the rights of persons. Okay, now and then in later legislation it becomes much worse. So the so-called free trade agreements, which don't have much to do with free trade, give corporations, meaning corporate management, rights that go way, way beyond the rights of persons. We could run through them, but that's a core part of NAFTA and the World Trade Organization and so on. So here you have these state-created entities, which of course get massive support from the public in all sorts of ways, like most of their research and development and so on, which have rights way beyond persons. The management does. Okay, now comes the Supreme Court in January 2010 and says you, the management of corporations, can buy elections directly. And the ACLU approves because that's free speech. After all, they're persons, persons have the right of free speech, so of course. And in fact, the actual majority decision was extremely interesting. The press has noticed this, or even legal commentators. But the majority opinion written by Justice Kennedy includes the harshest critique of the media that I have ever seen. Goes far beyond any media critics I know of, far beyond any I would have said, or Ed Herman, or Norman Solomon, or anyone else. What Justice Kennedy said is, look, he said, media corporations, like say CBS, have the right of free speech. We don't censor them. So therefore, why shouldn't General Electric? It's just, they should have the right of free speech. Free speech means money, so they can, that's quite interesting. I mean, CBS is given massive gifts from the government, like access to the public airways and many other things, in addition to the normal rights of the corporation, on the condition that they fulfill a public trust. The public trust is convey information honestly, and give opinions and so on. Now they're often criticized for not meeting the public trust, which they don't. But Kennedy is saying, although he probably doesn't even understand what he's saying they don't have a public trust. I mean, they're like General Electric. Well, General Electric, by law, has a commitment, namely to maximize profit. If an executive of General Electric deviates from that, he's actually breaking the law. So what Kennedy is saying is, CBS, the New York Times, and so on, have no public trust. They're not supposed to prevent news or information or anything. There's nothing they're supposed to do, just make profit. I mean, have you ever heard a criticism of the media anywhere near that harsh? But it kind of passed, and the ACLU approved of it, because they're all caught up in some crazed ideology about how these state-created artificial institutions are persons of flesh and blood. I mean, it shows you how. I'm just barely sampling what happened. It's actually much worse than this. Okay, well, these are, parts of what's called a free enterprise system. It's a bad joke. But going back to your question, once you have private ownership of the means of production, that's the way it's going to go. Almost automatically. In the United States, maybe more extreme than other cases, but the United States is a highly class-conscious business class. I mean, they're all Marxists. If you read the business literature, it's like reading Maoist Red Book. Values may be inverted, but the terminology is the same. And they're fighting a bitter class war constantly. They never relax for a minute. And it makes good sense. Their job is, after all, to maximize profit and power. You can't criticize them for doing it. In fact, they're even legally bound to do it, so you can't criticize them. But, these are just aspects of private enterprise. Plus the fact that they're just based on an intolerable principle, hierarchy and domination.
Okay, so in the economic system that we're most familiar with, we have the private ownership, we have the hierarchies of decision making, we have the misattribution of rights, et cetera, et cetera. But then there was this thing that came along called socialism, or 20th century socialism, which still exists, I guess, in some places, but has in many other places disappeared. What was wrong with that?
Depends what you mean by it. First of all, the socialist movement that came along.
No, I mean the actual systems that were established.
You mean like Leninism, for example?
Yeah.
It was just another form of tyranny. One of the first things that Lenin, he didn't hide it particularly. In fact, in the early 20th century, years before the revolution, Lenin was pretty harshly criticized within the socialist movement because of his doctrines. In fact, he was criticized. I think even Trotsky said this, because his doctrine is that there should be a dictatorship of the proletariat, Marxist notion, which to Marx meant something quite different, something like producers take over production and so on. So there should be a dictatorship of the proletariat. It should be run by the party, which is the vanguard. The party should be run by the Central Committee, and the Central Committee should be run by me. He didn't put it in those words, but essentially what it came down to. And all for the best of reasons. When he had if you look at Lenin's writings, he veers away from this in early 1917. So say from around April 1917, this is the course of the Popular Revolution, he became much more libertarian. So you read April Theses, State and Revolution, it's practically anarchist texts. Then he got power, and he went back to just what his doctrine was. And, among the first acts were dismantle, not totally destroy, but take away the power of the Soviets, the factory councils, any of the popular institutions that developed during the revolutionary period, dismantle the Constituent Assembly because there were social revolutionaries representing peasant interests and so on, and finally turn the place into what was actually called a labor army. And we got to drive them to industrialization. Now, this was all very progressive. I mean, it all comes from a particular reading of Marx. Not Marx's reading, but it doesn't matter. The proletariat is agency, the engine of social change to freedom and justice and so on. But that can't happen unless we have an industrial society, of course. You don't have a proletariat. Russia was a backward peasant society, kind of a third world colony of the West almost. Big army and stuff, so unusual third world colony, but structurally rather like that. Marx himself was very much interested in the revolutionary potential of the peasantry in his last years, and he worked a lot on it. But all of that was kind of suppressed by the urban socialists and like that stuff. The picture was, well, we have to industrialize the country. Then we'll have an urban proletariat, and then the iron laws of history start working, and you get socialism and communism and all kind of wonderful things. All very progressive. Trotsky went along with it. And what he developed was a tyranny, for good reason, for principled reasons. Stalin turned it into a monstrosity, but I think the basic structure was already there. Okay, that's what was called socialism. Now you have two major propaganda systems in the world. The hugest one by far is the Western propaganda system, U.S., Britain, and so on, overwhelming. There's another propaganda system after 1917, the Bolshevik propaganda system, nowhere near as powerful, but it had a lot of appeal, especially in the third world. They were industrializing and seemed to be, intellectuals liked it for all kind of reasons. So it did have appeal. Now, these two systems disagreed on a lot of things, but they agreed on one thing, namely that this is socialism. And they agreed on it for different reasons. The West agreed on it because they wanted to defame socialism. Said, look, it's just this tyranny. The Bolsheviks wanted it because they wanted to kind of benefit from the moral appeal of socialism, which was real. Now, when the world's two propaganda systems agree on something, it's kind of hard to disentangle yourself from it. So, okay, this became what was called really existing socialism. In fact, it's probably the worst blow that socialism ever faced, maybe up till Hitler. You may remember in 1989 or so, 88 roughly then, when the Russian system was finally collapsing. I was asked by a leftist journal to write an article on, what does it mean when socialism collapses? And I wrote an article. I said, this is a small victory for socialism if this goes. And then I explained why. They refused to publish it. It finally appeared in an anarchist journal in Montreal. But I actually wrote something like that for The Nation in a symposium they had. I don't think anybody understood a word of what I was saying. I mean, even the people who were strong anti-Stalinists and so on. But I think that's true. Now, out of the Marxist movement, there came another strain. People like well-known people, Anton Pannekoek, head of the Second International Educational System, Karl Korsch, others later here like Paul Maddock, strict Marxists, but they had a different position. They're very opposed to Bolshevism. In fact, Lenin had a famous pamphlet about them. They called the ultra-left infantile something or other. That was kind of left-wing Marxism. It wasn't very far from anarcho-syndicalism. In fact, it was a pretty close relation. A lot of these people were very much in favor of the Spanish Revolution, anarchist revolution. But so there was that strain. They wanted workers' control in factories, elimination of the party hierarchy, very anti-Leninist. But that was, although that was some of the leading figures in the Marxist movement, that was disappeared. I mean, who's read Pannekoek? But you have. Okay, who else? But in fact, the stuff didn't even reach the West until the 1950s. But and then there was, of course, the whole left libertarian movements, anarchists, anarcho-syndicalists, all sorts of other people. But that didn't become socialism. What socialism became Lenin, or else social democracy, a German social democracy, which was kind of reformist, parliamentary social democracy, which did do things for workers' rights and women's rights and so on. So, but it's within the framework of state capitalist democracies. So that was socialism. But the real socialist movement was pretty much crushed.
What's the word class mean to you, or the concept? What do you think it refers to? What's class?
It has a history, but I mean, I'm pretty simple-minded, frankly. If I can't see something in simple terms, I don't understand it in these areas. It's not like science. If you take a look at society, there are just different roles that people play. I mean, there are people who give orders, and there are people who take orders. Actually, and in fact, it gets institutionalized. So, for example, take, say, the corporate system again. It's very strikingly institutionalized. There are the directors and the banks who own them and so on and so forth. They basically set the framework. There are the managers who sort of work out how to apply things. They have their own initiative and they give orders. And you go down the line and then there are people who just take orders. I mean, they're not totally passive, like workers can strike and all sorts of other things. But the array of decision-making and control is fairly sharp. Okay, those are classes.
By virtue of the position in the economy and in the roles that people play, they have different interests, opposed interests, etc.
We use different terms for other kinds of hierarchy and domination. So let's take a patriarchal family. So maybe the father gives the orders and the mother follows the orders and the kids do what they're told. Okay, we don't call that class. No. But that's just a terminological point. It's another illustration of the same kind of structural relation.
But there's economic classes and then there's other. Okay. Is classlessness possible in an economy?
It's kind of like asking whether slavery is necessary. You go back to the 18th.
I agree.
Well, 18th century. If you ask people, so how can you have a society without slaves? I mean, can you
They look around and they see them everywhere.
They're everywhere. Yeah, what can you do? And furthermore, it's benevolent. In fact, look, slave owners had arguments. In fact, good arguments. I don't think anyone's ever given an answer to them. So slave owners argued that they're more benevolent than northern manufacturers for good reasons. I mean, when you own a slave, you have capital, and you want to take care of your capital. You guys, the northern, so we're nice to our slaves because we need them. You guys, northern manufacturers, you just rent people. You have no responsibility for them. You want to throw them out, you throw them out. They throw them out, you get others. In fact, that revealed itself very dramatically in American history in a period that's kind of suppressed, although we have the information. I mean, if you're taught in school that slavery ended in the Civil War. It did for about 10 years. By 1877, there was a compact made by North and South that the South could do what it felt like, essentially. So they reinstituted slavery, but they reinstituted it in a much more brutal form. What they did is criminalize black life. So if a black man is standing on a street corner, he can be arrested for vagrancy. If he looks at a white woman, he can be arrested for attempted rape, or something. And it didn't matter if you were in for a $10 fee, you'd never get out because you couldn't pay the corrupt judge and you couldn't pay the lawyer and you didn't have any money anyway. So it was essentially permanent servitude. These criminalized blacks were then handed over to industry. And that's a large part of American industrial development. There was big southern industrialization based on mines, steel, U.S. Steel, and so on. A lot of it's just based on agriculture, of course. They went right back to the cotton fields. I mean, this is a large part of American economic history. That's based, and it was worse than slavery for exactly the reasons that the slave owners had always argued. When we own these guys, we take care of them. When we just pick them up from the jails, we don't give a damn about them. If they die of starvation, fine, we'll get more from the jails. So you had a period worse than slavery. It went up to the Second World War, was not small, big impact on American industrial history. During the Second World War, you needed what's called free labor. You needed them for wartime industry. So, okay, there was, blacks sort of got out of the criminalized slavery, and then there was a post-war boom mostly based on the state sector. But it took place, like the 50s and the 60s. There was a big economic boom, and there were jobs for, black men in auto factories and so on. They got pretty decent jobs, get a car, a home and so on. Well, by the 1970s, that was over. There were social and economic decisions made to essentially deindustrialize the country and turn it into a financial center. So if you go back to, say, 1970, the role of the financial institutions in GDP, gross domestic product, was, I don't know, maybe 3%, and now it's like a third. And that's changed all sorts of things. A concomitant fact was sending industry out of the country. I mean, 2 years ago, the head of IBM, Gomery, I think, testified before Congress. Interesting testimony. What he said is, in the earlier years, what was good for American corporations was good for the country, because you get jobs and so on and so forth. He says, now it's not true anymore. What's good for the corporations, bad for the country. And IBM's a perfect example. I think they have like 70% of their employees in India, and not just, I mean, the ones that they hire themselves. They're overseas. You can take a rowboat and go out to your job. And this is striking in the case of IBM, because the corporation exists thanks to huge public subsidies. I mean, that's how computers were developed, and on and on. So here they are, a corporation that exists thanks to fantastic public subsidies. For their own economic reasons, it's better to move production overseas. Dell, for example, is one of the biggest exporters from China, and so it goes. But so it's not even a pretense anymore that what's good for the corporation is good for the country. Okay, all this happened. The result is that for, say, poor working people, which means heavily black, later Hispanic, there's no jobs. So what do? Throw them into jail, just like after Reconstruction. That's the main reason the level of criminalization and of incarceration in the United States is shot out of sight. Around 1980, it was kind of like other industrial countries. Now it's maybe 10 times as high as most of them. That's mostly black and Hispanic on sort of drug charges, kids picked up with a joint or something. And they become slave labor again. They're farmed out to corporations, in fact, often private jails, which is against international regulations, but it happens anyway. So it's kind of like if you take a look at the whole history of African Americans, that's approximately what it is. Well, okay, going back to the question, why be opposed to slavery?
No, that wasn't the question. The question is classlessness possible?
Well, was slavery possible? Was it possible to get rid of slavery? It was possible, but there are a lot of pressures that prevent it. So technically, we didn't have slavery after 1877, but in practice we did.
The upshot that you want to communicate that while it's maybe possible to get rid of classlessness, it's pretty much hopeless?
No. Getting rid of formal slavery was progress. Okay. I mean, blacks are better off than when they were slaves. Yeah. So yes, improvement. But the kind of improvements you can make, remember that the people who own and manage the society are going to fight back. They're not going to give up. Right. So you got to keep struggling. Can we eliminate class in other respects? Sure. Why not? Why can't workers run factories? In fact, it's a very live issue right now. These issues are just below the surface right now. So let's be concrete. There's an economic crisis and there's an environmental crisis. And it's agreed across the board that one way the United States has to try to deal with this is to overcome our hopelessly backward infrastructure, backward as compared with Europe and Japan. So we have a terrible transportation system. It was designed that way. It was designed in, like massive social engineering projects after the war to be highly inefficient, efficient from the point of view of money making, but based basically on wasteful use of fossil fuels. That's why you have suburbanization, destroy the railroads and so on and so forth. Major state corporate projects. All right, that's now kind of like, can't go on. We got to sort of at least catch up to the rest of the industrial world. So you need high-speed rail. Okay, how do you get high-speed rail? Well, Obama sends his transportation secretary to Spain so that he can use federal stimulus money, meaning taxpayer money, to make contracts in Spain for Spain, you know, it's like not some superpower, to provide us with high-speed rail. At the very same time, Obama is continuing to follow the deindustrialization policies from the 1970s. You know, close down GM plants and so on and so forth. It's kind of like, couldn't imagine a more massive criticism of the socioeconomic system. Destroying a factory doesn't just mean destroying the factory. It means destroying the workforce, you know, the community. The community's usually built up around the factories and so on. Well, there's an answer. The people in those factories could take over the plants, run them themselves, convert them to high-speed rail production. It's a task, but not an insoluble one, like conversion of American industry to wartime production in the 1940s was a far bigger task and was done very successfully. It might need some community federal support, okay, a fraction of what's paid to the banks. So it's perfectly feasible. It has to at least be in consciousness. You have to at least be able to think about it and then to proceed to do it. And it's not impossible. There have been steps. First of all, there are examples of it, you know, scattered through the country. There are such examples. And there are cases which came pretty close to working. The most important one I know is in Ohio, Youngstown, about 30 years ago, I guess. Youngstown Steel. The town was sort of based around the steel industry. It's a steel town. U.S. Steel decided to move somewhere else. There were a lot of protests, I mean, strikes, you know, I think there were even sit-downs, you know, a lot of community protests. And finally, an effort led by Stoughton Lind, radical lawyer, it went to try to take it to the courts so that to try to get the courts to agree that the so-called stakeholders, you know, the community and the workforce, could take over the corporate institution that was being dismantled. And I went to the courts, and they finally lost in the courts. Not for any economic reason. No, they lost because they didn't have enough public support. You know, if they'd had enough public support, it could have won. Well, you know, those things are, you know, they're right. They should be on everyone's fingertips right at this minute, because that's what's happening in the country. I mean, if we want high-speed rail, we don't have to go to Spain to buy it with taxpayer money. American workers have the skills and the ability and the managerial capacity and so on to do it themselves. But okay, that would be, from some point of view, that's a reformist measure. From another point of view, it's a very radical measure. It's a move towards eliminating class society. And it, you know, it's not that utopian. There's things that
the biggest obstacle is the absence of
consciousness, organization, sectarian.
Many would say that the biggest obstacle is that the other side is an obstacle.
Yeah, they're not going to give away.
They're of course an obstacle.
Well, sure, they're going to fight to hold. Yeah, they're going to fight to hold what they own, but that's true of everything. I mean, that's why the business classes have been fighting like mad to get rid of something like, say, Social Security.
Okay. Do you have any, I don't know whether to call it advice, what do you think activists seeking a better economy might usually focus their energies on? You just answered that in some sense as one example. And do you think any serious mistakes have been made in left approaches to the economy that should be corrected?
Well, the biggest mistake is non-existence. It's very hard to find left approaches to the economy in anything like, except for very small groups, you know, or I mean, sometimes a large number of people, but, you know, not organized for activism. So, yeah, these popular forces have to be created. I mean, there's experience, after all, even in American history. Like, say, take the 1920s. In the 1920s, the labor movement was basically destroyed. Woodrow Wilson, again, the great idealist, he played a major role in destroying the unions, which he hated. But it was pretty dead. In fact, there's a famous book of labor history by David Montgomery, one of the great labor historians, called The Rise and Fall of the American Labor Movement or something like that. And by the fall, he means the 1920s. it was pretty much gone. It was so much gone that right-wing in British newspapers couldn't believe how workers are oppressed here. They're killed and so on. Well, you know, it changed in the 1930s. Big revitalization, but not fast. The Depression hit in 1929. It wasn't until around 5 or 6 years later that you really got substantial labor organizing. CIO organizing, for example, and some radicalization of the AFL. And you got to the point where you had sit-down strikes. Sit-down strikes are frightening. Sit-down strikes are one step before taking over the factory. So as soon as that started happening, business got nervous. New Deal legislation got passed, valuable legislation, but a large part of it was just trying to damp down what's going on. We're not 5 years into this recession yet. It could happen. Of course, there were things then existed that don't exist now. One of them, which we're not allowed to talk about, was that there was a Communist Party. Now, you know, the Communist Party was all tied up with Stalin worship, but for most people in the party here, that didn't mean much. I mean, I can remember, it is my personal experience now, like my aunts and uncles who were, you know, unemployed workers were in the Communist Party, and they'd say the right words about Russia, but they didn't give a damn what happened in Russia. They were interested in unions, civil rights, you know, rights for blacks, workers' rights, and, you know, getting a vacation in a union establishment. That's what they were interested in. And in fact, the Communist Party was right in the forefront of almost anything that was happening, whether it was civil rights, you know, rights for blacks, union organizing, and so on. Well, that was crushed. We call it McCarthyism, but it started before that, because the idea that you could have a militant, radical, worker-based force was intolerable to American power, liberals, conservatives, anybody. And that doesn't exist now, but it can be reconstructed in some other terms without worship of some foreign power.
Now, just a few questions about the political system. In elections, you sometimes suggest voting for people who you simultaneously have devastating criticisms of as a lesser evil, as something that is the best one can do in the short term. But then there's also the problem of trying to build long-term institutions of resistance, including within the electoral arena, say, for instance, a third party. So the question is, how do you weigh the benefits? How, in your own mind, how do you weigh the benefits of supporting a liberal corporate candidate who's much better than the other, as against supporting a third-party candidate or a process that is completely independent of that dynamic, to make your choice? I mean, what is it that's going through your head when you come up with that?
I don't think there's any formula. It depends on particular circumstances. Like, take, say, 2008. I happen to live in Massachusetts, so safe state. You know how it's going to turn out. So I felt free to vote for the Green Party, which at least is making some kind of effort, whatever one thinks about it, to develop a lasting alternative. If I was in a swing state, say Pennsylvania, I probably would have voted for Obama, because I think it would have been very dangerous in the short term to have McCain and Palin in there. Not that I like Obama, I think there's not enough to say, but other times I just haven't, you know, just kept away from it, didn't see any point in voting at all. Sometimes there's a point, sometimes there isn't, depends on the options, the alternatives. So for example, if Gore had been elected in 2000, it's not obvious that we would have gone to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. We might have, but it's not so clear. If McCain had been elected in 2008, we wouldn't just have a majority ultra-right in the court, we'd have an unbreakable majority.
So there are...
And there are many choices like that. First of all, it's not a high-level decision. I mean, I think it's it's like a 10th rate decision.
That's a crucial point.
Yeah, so other things are way more important. But, you know, if you want to, the 10 minutes that you're going to spend on this decision, I think there are a lot of, you know, options to consider. I mean, the United States is just not a functioning democracy. But in a functioning democracy, which do exist, I mean, Bolivia, for example, people vote, but that's just a break in an ongoing struggle. So, you know, you vote and you go back to what you're doing. In the United States, the way the thing is set up is there's not supposed to be any participation. You just, you know, big hoopla about the vote, you know, signs all over the place, you know, work on getting out the vote, and you push the lever, and you go home. You know. Well, that's a serious failure of democracy, so you want to try to overcome that democratic deficit, as it's sometimes called, the lack of functioning democracy. It's pretty striking how it's been achieved in the United States. In fact, the very concept of democracy is almost non-existent. So take, say, primaries. I mean, let's imagine you had a functioning democracy with our own institutions. I mean, our institutions, you know, they could be democratic. It's not that they're inherently undemocratic. Political institutions. You have, say, the New Hampshire primary. In a democratic society, what would happen is you know, the people in a town in New Hampshire would get together in their own organizations, assemblies, groups, whatever they are, and take off a little time from whatever political and other activities they're engaged in and say, okay, let's work out what we would like to see in the next election. And they'd come up with some sort of program. We'd like to see this. Then if some candidate says, I would like to come to town to talk to you, they would say, well, you can come if you want to listen to us. And the candidate could come and they would explain to him what they want. And then they would say, if you can give a convincing reason why you'll support these things, we'll consider voting for you. Or maybe we'll have our own representative. We don't care about you. And that would be a functioning democracy. And what happens is totally different. Nobody meets in the town. The candidate and his PR representatives and so on announce that he's coming to, or she sometimes is coming to a town in New Hampshire, and you know, they kind of gather people together, and the people sit there and listen to the candidate saying how wonderful I am, and I'm going to do all these great things, and nobody believes a word, and then they go home. Well, you know, that's the opposite of democracy. And in fact, we see it all the time. I mean, take, say, April 15th. I mean, in a functioning democratic society, that would be a day of celebration, the day you hand in your taxes. You would be saying, okay, we got together, we worked out some plans and programs that we think ought to be implemented, and we're now participating and, you know, providing the funding to get these things done. That's a democracy. In the United States, it's a day of mourning. It's a day when this alien force, you know, the government, which comes from Mars or somewhere, is arriving to steal from us our hard-earned money and use it for their own purposes, whatever they are. That's a reflection of the fact that the concept of democracy is kind of like not even in people's minds. Now, I'm kind of exaggerating. It's not quite this sharp, but it's pretty close. It's a very great success.
You could discuss in a similar fashion the voter turnout or the reasons why people vote for who they vote for. So voter turnout, what do you think?
Take voter turnout. I mean, there's a lot of effort to get voter turnout. And people go for all kind of reasons. I mean, sometimes the reasons are quite interesting. Like there was an election in, you know, which people regard as having a startling result in Massachusetts in January, Senate election, which gave the Republicans what's called the 41st seat. Well, that concept alone is interesting. There's two formal political parties in the country, Democrat and Republican. The Republicans have lost any pretense almost of being a traditional political party. They have almost no policies. I mean, the policy is no to whatever you produce. They're kind of like the old Communist Party in that party discipline is almost unanimous. Almost everything is unanimous. They happen to have, 40 votes. Now they have 41. Almost invariably unanimous. Doesn't matter what the issue is. Maybe appointing somebody to some post in the bureaucracy so it can function. The Democrats, who are kind of, there are groups called moderate Democrats. They're pretty much the ones who used to be called liberal Republicans. The party alignment has shifted so that the liberal Republicans in the traditional usage have been essentially expelled from the party. And they've switched over and become what are called moderate Democrats, meaning Republican, old-fashioned Republicans. So the moderate Democrats sort of go along with the Republicans on all sorts of things. And then there are the Democrats that are called left, almost entirely kind of centrist, pro-business Democrats, a couple of stragglers. Now they've all agreed to require a supermajority on everything. That means the majority rule can be blocked and is blocked if unless you have a supermajority. And the technique that's used is the filibuster. Well, the filibuster had been around for a long time, was occasionally used. It's now, the filibuster has now become kind of like the signing statements. I mean, they had existed in the past. The signing statements are when a president says, okay, I'll sign this legislation, but I'm not going to follow it for this and that reason. There had been such cases, but with Bush II, it became something totally novel. I think there were more signing statements than in the preceding 42 presidencies. It just became routine, and Obama's picking it up. And the filibusters become the same. It's just a way to, for this party discipline, party of no, to insist on a supermajority for anything. In fact, it got to the point where one Republican Senator Shelby just announced he's going to hold up every presidential nomination, I think 70 nominations, routine nominations. And of course, he asked for some special gift for his state. Meanwhile, they're saying out of the other side of their mouths, we don't like pork. But unless you give me this gift, I'm going to hold up every nomination. And that works with a party that keeps the party discipline. So. Okay, so Brown, the guy elected in Massachusetts, he was the 41st vote. It means even a supermajority won't work. Now, the vote has been, it was described as being, kind of like a popular rebellion against the government, the leftist government taking over. That's not what happened. What happened was quite interesting. First of all, a flood of money poured in toward the end from the financial institutions. And that's for the reason we already discussed. Obama had started making some mild noises about greedy bankers and so on, and part of the reaction was to say, okay, you talk like that, we're going to eliminate your supermajority. So a lot of money poured in. If you look at the voting, which was, the data were published within a couple of days, Brown, the Republican, won primarily for two reasons. The affluent suburbs, were very much engaged and very supportive of Brown. So they're condemning Obama because although he's giving him a lot, he's not giving him enough. So we want even more. That's the affluent suburbs. The urban areas, which are mostly Democratic, working class, poor, voting was very low. And they were essentially telling Obama, you're giving everything away. We don't even want to bother with you. We're not even going to take part. Particularly interesting was the union vote. It was lower than usual, but the majority of the union vote went to Brown. And it's been discussed in the labor press, the good labor press, like Labor Notes. They interviewed people and union leaders and so on. The working people were just furious about the health care program. Now, it's portrayed as a critique of the health care program. In fact, people don't like the health care program, but because it doesn't go far enough. Like considerable majorities of the general population, certainly Obama voters, even more, were in favor of a public option, Medicare buy-in, other things which Obama just canned. So they don't like it because it didn't go far enough. That's the majority of the population, not exactly what the headlines say. But in the case of the union leaders, activists, working people in unions, they were furious because Obama has been willing to give up everything, practically, except for one thing on which he's been insistent, namely taxing them for their health care plans. It's called it's called an excise tax on Cadillac plans. I mean, the Cadillac plans are not what rich people get. It's what working people have succeeded in eking out of their employers through the union in trade-off for giving everything else away. So part of the trade-off in the class war is in the unions, and this is a bad error of the unions from way back, is to give up on almost everything, but at least to get some benefits for your own people, not for others, just for your own. It's one of the reasons we don't have a national health care program is because of the focus of the unions on ourselves, not others, like very different from Canada, same unions. But in Canada, the same unions insisted on health care for everybody. In the United States, they kind of bought into the corporate system and said, okay, health care for us. The result is that unionized workers get pretty decent, by U.S. standards, pretty decent health care plans. Okay, Obama wants to, and the thing he insists on, he'll give away everything else, he insists on taxing them pretty heavily. So, of course, union workers are furious. So they voted for Brown. They're shooting themselves in the foot. But the voting is understandable.
But you can't, I mean, the blame for the irony, so to speak, really is the real left. I mean, the anger is justified.
The anger is very justified.
The willingness to sort of rebel and get upset is justified. It's perfectly sensible. There's just no avenue that does anything except make it worse.
Yeah, and that generalizes over the country. Yeah. So, I've been saying for some time, and other people have too, it's a serious mistake for the left to make fun of the Tea Party movement and Sarah Palin and the rest of them. I mean, it's easy to make fun of them. A lot of it's just kind of comical and ridiculous. But that's not the point. What we should be doing is ridiculing ourselves.
Not having a better alternative.
I mean, these are people who ought to be organized by the left. Most, there's all kind of groups, like there's militias and black helicopters and so on. But I think at the core of it is just legitimate grievances. These are people who've worked hard all their lives, done everything they're supposed to. Their lives they're being shafted. They have been for 30 years. Wages have stagnated, declined. Services are collapsing. They never were very good. Schools are lousy. What's happening to us? Why is this happening to me? Well, they get an answer from, say, Glenn Beck. The rich liberals are taking over everything. They don't care about you, and they want to give it away to illegal immigrants, and so on and so forth. All right, that's a coherent answer. When you listen to them, it's an internally coherent answer. It says something. So, okay, they accept it. The liberal Democrats aren't going to give them an answer. They're going to say, this is happening to you because for the last 30 years we've been working with the corporate system to deindustrialize society and enrich bankers and so on. We're not going to hear that, And the left is just not telling them anything, or it's trying to, but it's not doing it. Now that's extremely dangerous. It kind of has a whiff of the late Weimar Republic to it. And so ridiculing it doesn't make sense. So it's like the union workers in Massachusetts shooting themselves in the foot, as became clear right away. I mean, as soon as Brown was elected, he managed to get in super fast with the help of the so-called moderate Democrats, in time to help vote down an appointment for the National Labor Relations Board, which is the one pro-union, relatively pro-union appointment that was likely to get into the NLRB. NLRB since Reagan has just been, it used to be at one point some device for supporting workers' rights. I mean, it's almost eliminated. But if you eliminate the last pro-union person, it gets worse. So when they were voting for Brown, that's in fact what they were voting for, but that wasn't what was in their minds. What was in their minds was anger at Obama for insisting on one thing, namely taking away their health benefits.
But if you go back to the late 60s and you come all the way forward, we're talking 40 years. In those 40 years, there's been a left, there's been leftists, there's been people who are critical of all these things that you're talking about, and yet they, if we are honest about it, haven't produced an awareness or a mechanism or pretty much anything that speaks to the broad population, even at a moment when it is furious and it is irate at the government, at employers, at Wall Street, and so on and so forth. So either we've been doing something wrong or it's hopeless. I mean, if we've been doing everything right and gotten to the place where we are, that's not a very good sign. It would be much better if we've made mistakes, if we have failed to operate as well as we should have, and therefore there's things that can be done. So the question arises, in trying to improve the political system, and also in trying to just raise political consciousness and therefore activism in broad populations, what do you think should have been done that hasn't been done in these domains, or shouldn't have been done that was done? In other words, what mistakes or what failings do you think are responsible for the mess that we're in?
Well, the left, such as it is, does talk about these issues, but it's, the left is just a conglomeration of a lot of people. Count noses, it's a lot of people, but very scattered and issue-oriented. So there's a part of the left that's dedicated to gay rights. There's another part that's dedicated to environmental issues. There's another part that's concerned with nuclear weapons, I mean, aggression or whatever it may be. There's a whole lot of issues, but they tend to be kind of separated. There's no, you can't really identify an organized left that's addressing the kinds of concerns that the general population very rightly has. So what part of the left has been talking constantly, clearly to the right people about the fact that financialization of the economy from the 70s has led to stagnation, basically, of real wages and incomes, and deterioration of limited benefits and so on. In fact, a large part of the issue-oriented left, unfortunately, has alienated this population. I mean, we may not like it, but the fact is that a large part of that population is racist, is sexist, opposed to gay rights and so on. And while working on those issues is correct, it's got to be done in a way which recognizes the reality of the audience that is out there.
All right, moving on to one of those areas, race in America, racism. You've already talked about it to a certain extent. What is race? What is race and racism? I mean, what is it?
Well, we know what it is. I mean, it's, first of all, race is, here, the postmodernists are sort of right. It's a social construction. We decide that there's different races. A lot of different ways you could categorize people. We do it by, color or hairstyle or whatever it is. And it's a deep strain in American history, Goes right back, I've talked about it, goes right back to slavery, never really changed. But it's real. And it shows up very strikingly in people's attitudes. People's attitudes are quite different from what is usually claimed. There's one of the things that political scientists do pretty well is study popular attitudes in extensive polling. And they publish straight and interesting results. Actually, the current issue of the main political science journal, Political Science Quarterly, happens to have an article reviewing a lot of poll studies on attitudes towards social justice issues. And the results are pretty interesting. It turns out that, contrary to what is commonly claimed, The population is basically kind of social democratic in their attitudes. And in fact, the most interesting part is the author identifies the people who call themselves anti-government, right-wing libertarian, get the government off our backs, so that kind of thing. So just looking at their attitudes, they tend to be in favor of more aid for more federal spending for education, for health, for helping poor people, for Social Security. They're pretty much the same things that liberals would say. But there's an exception, two exceptions. They think we're giving too much to blacks, and we're giving too much to people on welfare. Well, it's like it has no relation to reality, but we can see where it comes from. It comes from unremitting propaganda that's based on traditional racism. The blacks are getting everything, they're taking our country away from us. And on this sort of Reaganite type, extremist propaganda about the welfare, the black mother and her Cadillac coming to steal your money at the welfare office. All right, you have enough propaganda like that, and you get this split in attitudes. Now notice I'm talking here about the people who regard themselves as anti-government, right-wing. The general population, it's similar, but less striking in a way. And that shows up on other things too. Actually, when you ask people, they didn't happen to in these polls, but it's been done before, what do you think you ought to give to, say, poor mothers with dependent children?
Of course, it's more than we actually
do. It's way more than we actually do. That shows up on foreign aid too, regularly. You ask people, what do you think about foreign aid? They say we're giving everything away to those undeserving people who are ripping us off. What do you think we ought to give them? Like maybe 10 times as much as we do. So and these are failures of the left too. You're supposed to educate people. But what I think it means is that the audience is there. People's general attitudes are kind of more or less social democratic.
Okay, what about in parallel questions of sexism?
It plays a big role, and it's one of the real achievements of the 60s, actually the post-60s movement. These issues were raised in the 60s in an interesting way. A lot of people know way more about this than I do, but from what I could see, I think the feminist movement really took off in the 70s and later, and part of it at least was a result of sexism in the left.
Yeah.
I remember it from the resistance movement. It was very striking. The women were supposed to, hand out the leaflets and so on. In fact, it was even ultra-sexist in some cases. And the men, the resistors, were doing something difficult and dangerous and courageous. And at one point, by the end of it, they were kind of being told, look, you guys are oppressors. That was very hard for a lot of people to take. It led to real breakdowns. Here we are, courageous, moral, doing something really hard, and turns out we're oppressors. It was psychologically quite difficult. But I think out of that came at least one strain of what became the feminist movement. There were others, and it took off. And there have been a lot of changes. There's a lot of problems, but the country's very different from what it was in the 1960s in this respect. You could see it at places like, say, MIT. Like when I got there in the 50s, MIT was white males, well-dressed, deferential, working on their, whatever it was, particular professional concerns. If you walk down the halls now, it's half women, maybe a third minorities, informal dress, informal relations, a lot of activism, very scattered like everywhere, but booths here and there doing this, that, and the other thing. Okay, those are changes.
We've already done some ecology stuff. Do you believe global warming is occurring, largely human-made and susceptible to human correction? I have to ask the question because, of course, there's a growing number of people who would say no.
I don't have any particular technical expertise, but I don't see the slightest reason to doubt the evidence that's been presented or to question the overwhelming consensus of scientists. It just, so yeah, I take it for granted, and that it's anthropogenic in substantial measure.
Then we have the follow-up, pretty obvious question. How do you understand the seeming willingness of government and of those people who are in position to actually, by virtue of their own activity, affect what goes on in the world, rich, powerful people, to just permit the likely calamity, or at least watch it occur?
My feeling is that, say, CEOs of corporations like ExxonMobil or General Electric or whatever, they have about the same beliefs as, you know, college professors on most things. So yeah, they know it's happening, and they don't really question it. And there is a kind of a standard answer, which is not totally false, that they're concentrated on more short-term problems. So yes, they have to make sure the bottom line is good enough next quarter, or else they lose their salaries and that sort of thing. That part is true, but it doesn't go deeply enough. You go deeper, it gets back to what we were talking about before. This is part of a market economy. I mean, we don't really have a market economy. It's kind of like a quasi-market economy. But there are market elements in the economy. And among those market elements is you simply have to pursue short-term interests, or else you're out. Somebody else will pursue them. I mean, like, suppose there are, say, 3 car companies, you know, Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler, let's say. Let's imagine they're comparable. And suppose one of them, say GM, says, okay, I'm going to devote resources to making better cars 10 years from now. Okay, they're not going to be around 10 years from now. That's the way market systems work. To the extent that there is limited competition, as there is, you are compelled to focus on short-term gain and advantage over others, or else you're just out of the game. In fact, in the U.S. legal system, it's a legal requirement for the CEOs. So yeah, as part of the quasi-market system we have, you're just going to have to avoid these things. And economists have a word for it. It's called externalities, which you sort of put in a footnote. And it's true of every transaction.
Well, it's also, I mean, the more extreme version is, I'm going to pay it, meaning the head of whatever it is, General Motors, I'm going to pay attention to the fact that what we do influences global warming. That's paying attention to something that affects everybody else. My profits go down, I'm out of business. No, I can't do that.
In fact, you know, I mean, the financial crisis is a perfectly good example. Like,
I could want to do that and not do that.
But if I do that, I'm out. I mean, like, take, say, the financial crisis. I mean, now the big economists talk constantly about systemic risk. We didn't pay enough attention to systemic risk. Yeah, of course not. You can't. You know, and in fact, this was pointed out years ago. I mean, like 10 years ago, 2 pretty well-known economists, John Eatwell and Lance Taylor, wrote a book called Global Finance at Risk. And basically what they pointed out is that because systemic risk isn't considered, it's an externality, there's got to be a catastrophe. I mean, that means you're underpricing risk. There's more of it than you should take. And so, yes, of course, it'll crash. And then there's other factors like perverse incentives and so on and so forth. But it's just like built into the system. Yes, if, say, you and I make a transaction, maybe you sell me a car or something, I mean, if we got our brains functioning, we'll try to make a good deal for ourselves. But we're not paying attention to the effect on somebody else, like congestion and pollution and gas prices going up.
The system,
that's not the nature
unless
of
the system includes that, which markets don't.
One of the very well-known inefficiencies of markets, like every student learns it in freshman course, and then you forget about it.
This explains why the CEO, the powerful people in the economy, regardless of their desires, personal desires, they may be horrified by global warming, can't do anything to deal with it. But there's something, or can't do anything in that domain. And
what they do is interesting. Like take British Petroleum, which is considered, very progressive in this respect. What they're trying to do is to buy into the alternative technology market, figuring, okay, that's going to be a profitable market, so we'll work on solar collectors. And so.
There is one other avenue. So take, for instance, a company that years back has somebody at the head of it who's anti-racist. He can't, in fact, hire blacks in the United States at a higher rate than they're getting because, once again, he's now depressing his. So even though he desires to do it, the market prevents him from doing it because other people won't do it and he'll be outcompeted. But the government could then pass a law saying you have to.
So what they'll do is move their production to Mexico and then to China and so on. But there's actually pretty interesting study. I mean, Tom Ferguson's work, which is some of the best work I know on political economy. For example, he did a lot of studies on the New Deal, and it's something that shows up elsewhere too. What he found is that during the New Deal, Roosevelt and the New Deals were getting pretty good support from a particular sector of industry, high-tech, internationally oriented industry, like Swope, head of GE, was quite strongly New Deal. On the other hand, they were passionately opposed by low-tech, labor-intensive, domestically oriented industry. And it's for just this reason. Say for General Electric, capital-intensive, okay, they want a disciplined workforce. They don't want disrupted. So, and it's not a big expense for them, so okay, we'll have unions. They're internationally oriented, so they wanted the export promotion policies of the New Deal. For manufacturing industry, it's quite the opposite. Labor costs make a big difference. They don't want the labor force unionized. They don't care much about international trade. So you get this difference of political support.
But we still come back to the government, because the government is slightly different. Not to say there aren't constraints on it, but it is still slightly different. And I could certainly imagine, maybe it's naive, but I could certainly imagine a president, Obama, or others, it doesn't matter who, McCain, anybody, marshaling the office, the bully pulpit, and everything else to scare the bejesus out of the country on global warming. You might not, in other words, that might be manipulative, et cetera, but you can imagine them doing it. And you could imagine, as a result, a powerful upsurge, which would then create a context in which corporations are, sort of the market dynamic is overwhelmed, and you get some results. But they don't seem to be doing it.
Well, it did happen. Take, say, Al Gore.
He tried.
He tried, and he was smashed. He became denounced as a liberal elitist, out of touch. He takes jet planes. The point is, there are always strong counterforces, and defamation is one of the easiest things to do. You can make up lies as much as you want, and you can make people look ridiculous and so on. If you have enough clout, so okay, that's what happened. Yeah, it could have worked, but it would require a lot of popular organization. Actually, Roosevelt did it to a limited extent, but he did it. But he had a mass popular movement behind him. The labor movement really did organize, and there were plenty of other movements. The country became pretty radical. So yeah, he had a basis for going after the bankers and so on, and instituting some reasonable legislation. Glass-Steagall, Social Security, Wagner Act, and others. Not trivial.
Right, it's a offshoot question. You're not a vegetarian, right? Do you think there's a moral case for vegetarianism, and do you think it might emerge?
I think there's a moral case for it, and a ton of letters that come to me about it. But there's a moral case for a lot of things. Like there's a moral case for the fact that if you look at deaths from starvation, human deaths, among children, forget everyone else, among children alone, deaths from starvation or starvation-related diseases are about twice the level of Rwanda. Not 100 days, but every day. Okay, that's a problem. Now, you can say, well, let's deal with both, and mention 1,000 other problems. Let's deal with them all. Well, time and energy happen to be finite, which means you have to pick and choose. You can't do everything. It's out of the question. So you have to set priorities. And say, in this case, suppose I have a choice between devoting I could pick 20 other cases, but let's pick this one. Suppose I have a choice between devoting energy and effort to writing books about and giving talks about and so on, trying to save the children, which is pennies a day. There's nothing to it, very little effort, to save to stop the a double Rwanda-style killing among children every day. And there's a choice between that and essentially carrying out mass genocide of domesticated animals, because that's what vegetarianism means. It's an effort to reduce animal suffering, but the fact of the matter is that, suppose we all became vegetarians, the first thing you'd have to do is eliminate almost all domesticated animals, because they're raised to eat, for eating meat. That's why we have cows, chickens, sheep, and so on and so forth. So somehow you've got to get rid of them. You can't just let them reproduce and proliferate, or first of all, they'll starve to death if you don't feed them, so it'll be genocide anyway. So there is a big, and that's one of the immediate consequences of vegetarianism. You can pretend I don't notice, but it is. So, okay, these are things to balance.
Does the fact that a significant number of seemingly and presumably really well-meaning, caring, sensitive people put huge amounts of time into concerns around animals and not into concerns about humans strike you as one more indication of the failure of the left, because they basically feel maybe we can succeed on this front's hopeless.
They can't succeed on that front.
Yeah, but they think that.
No, look, I don't want to criticize particular people. Actually, my own children, for example.
Vegetarian?
One of them's vegetarian, the other's semi-vegetarian. Okay, they made their choices. That's fine choices. Respect it. They do other things which are great, And people can make those choices, and maybe a sensible choice in their own lives. Maybe they can spend time.
I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about people who are animal rights activists, who are devoting time and energy and organizing to that.
Their priorities, I said, my priorities, we all have to do that. I think we can understand each other's reasoning. We may have different judgments about how priorities ought to be ranked.
Another thing that you will encounter as an organizer is the person who will feel that the deck is stacked, that it's just that what you do has no efficacy. It has no possibility of succeeding, and they will again try to argue from history, saying, "Oh, look, there's crime, there's torture, there's poverty, there's recycled forms of oppression. No matter what you do, it's like rolling a rock up in a hill. Eventually, it's going to come down and crush you. So why bother?" And that's what a great many people who will say, who will be honest enough to admit, okay, the situation is oppressive, okay, people maybe are capable of something more, but City Hall's too strong to fight, the state's too strong. How do you deal with that?
History doesn't tell you that. What history tells you is that a lot of things have been overcome. It wasn't easy, it wasn't complete, there's always problems, there's regression, but lots of things that were considered entirely acceptable not long ago are considered totally outrageous now. We can run through the list, but it's pretty easy. Now, if you want to say suppose somebody comes back and argues and says, well, now it's different, it's much harsher. Well, that's plainly untrue. It's much easier now. The forces of repression that exist now are nothing like what they were in the past. We have a legacy from people who have struggled to make things better, and we're a lot more free. We're more free, we've got a lot more opportunities. State repression exists, other kinds of repression exist, but nothing like in the past. It's extremely unlikely now that, say, the government could carry out anything like, say, Wilson's Red Scare, or even COINTELPRO, which is not that far back. They can do things, but they've lost the ability to use force. And we know it, and they know it. That's, in fact, one of the main reasons for the development of the public relations industry and modern systems of propaganda. Systems of power knew and recognized and, in fact, said, or say a century ago, that they are, mostly in the more free countries, like England and the United States, that they have essentially lost the capacity to control people by violence. So, therefore, they'll control them in other ways. Actually, that even shows up in the and the other ways to do it is by controlling opinion and attitudes. So huge industries developed to do that. Actually, it even shows up in just the financial institutions. You take, say, a standard academic history of financial institutions. Barry Eichengreen, one of the main economists, economic historians, he's very straight about it. He says, of course, market systems impose, if they're let to run free, and financial market systems, they're going to impose tremendous burdens on people. A lot of people. They're just going to suffer badly, crashes and so on. But in the 19th century, this wasn't much of a problem because they couldn't do anything about it. But then he goes on to say, with the increase in, I think he calls it politicization of the masses, forming of parliamentary labor parties and unions and so on and so forth, it became harder to impose on the population the costs of market systems. So after the Second World War, when a new global system was set up, the Bretton Woods system, Keynes and Harry Dexter White, what they did was institute control over capital movement, and control over speculation, fixing currencies. They introduced them as a way of compensating for the inability to distribute the costs of market systems to the public. This reduced the costs, and it did. That's why we had a couple of decades of huge growth, and equitable growth, and so on. It was very straight. There happens to be a corollary that he didn't add, but you can add, and that is with the breakdown of this system in the 1970s, with the financialization of the economy, you're getting the costs of financial markets distributed over the public again, and something's going to have to be done about it. But yeah, that's a lot of thinking goes into this, and it shows there's a lot of results.
Okay, switching into another area. International relations. What does colonialism mean?
Well, like any term about human affairs, it covers a vast range. There's all kinds of colonialism. I mean, the worst kind of colonialism is what's called settler colonialism, like the United States or Australia or Israel now to a lesser extent. A settler colonialism, like the United States and Australia, means you exterminate the indigenous population. Maybe not 100%, but pretty close. So that's the absolute worst kind of colonialism. That's us. There's other kinds of colonialism which are less extreme. So take what we were talking before about Wilson and Haiti and Clinton and Haiti. Okay, it's a form of colonialism in which you effectively take over the country for your own benefit, get as much as you can out of it, drive the population into, destroy the agricultural system, drive the population into cities, all for the most benign reasons, have great economic, progressive reasons. And you end up with, say, the earthquake that just happened. That's another kind of colonialism. Other kinds are, and there's many other kinds. So, say take the U.S. and the Philippines, which happened to be an innovation in imperial history. The U.S. invaded the Philippines about a century ago. It killed a couple 100,000 people. It was vicious racism. I mean, these guys, unbelievable racism. People here weren't even sure whether the Filipinos were humans or apes. They were exhibited in international fairs and that sort of thing. I mean, it was just horrendous when you look back at it. Of course, all for the most noble reasons. We're uplifting them, Christianizing them, giving them civilization, the usual stuff. There were scattered opponents, people like, not unknown people, like Mark Twain. He wrote very sardonic and cutting anti-imperialist essays. Now, he wasn't hanged. He didn't have his brains blown out, but they were suppressed. In fact, I think they finally came out around 20 years ago in some scholarly edition that nobody ever read, Syracuse University Press. But they were there. There was an anti-imperialist league. But it just, all right, now what happened after you conquered it? That was the innovation. Actually, this has just been studied in a really magisterial book, great book by Alfred McCoy, who's historian of the Philippines, among other achievements. He's the first person to have studied in detail how they dealt with the population after they'd more or less, still haven't totally conquered them, still going on, but pretty much sort of pacified the country. Well, it turns out there was a major innovation in imperial history, which had a lot of consequences right till today in the Philippines and everywhere else. What was instituted was a very sophisticated, high-tech control and surveillance system. Now, the technology of then was not the technology of now, but it existed. You know, telegraph, radio, other surveillance techniques. Every technique was used that was available to try to control, monitor, subdue the population. There were also pretty sophisticated techniques of undermining resistance that were used. So co-optation of elites, spreading rumors, you know, using every device you had to try to undermine the nationalists, and it was done very well. And of course, there's a mailed fist. In the background is the Philippine constabulary, something which happens in every colonial imperial system. You have kind of a paramilitary force of collaborators, which do what you tell them, and they're usually trained killers. So, and you can set it up. So let's say you pick people from one tribe to kill another tribe, or use the rural population to smash the urban population. It's done in various ways. In fact, we do it right now, this minute. That's the way the U.S. is hoping to run the occupied Palestinian territories. There's a U.S.-run army that's supposed to subdue them, and it's highly praised by Obama and Kerry and the liberals and so on. So, anyway, this array of techniques was worked out with in quite impressive detail and applied in a very sophisticated fashion. It still applies. The Philippines is still pretty much under this system. The Philippines, which remains a kind of a quasi-colony, is the only part of East and Southeast Asia that has not been part of the so-called economic miracle. Take a look at Taiwan, South Korea, even Indonesia and so on. There's been a lot of economic development, not the Philippines. They're pretty much under this system. That's the one part of the region that we still run. And there was an immediate blowback. Wilson and the British, during the First World War, used a lot of these techniques domestically, consciously. Could apply them at home too. Now it's extreme. So you go to Britain, it's a surveillance society. Cameras on every street corner, the allegedly anti-terror devices. I mean, here too, Patriot Act. So it's a very, and the U.S. applied them in other countries right away. So Haiti, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua. Well, that's another kind of colonialism. And it makes a lot more sense than occupying the country. It works much better, it's cheaper, it can work very effectively. In the Philippines, it's 100 years. It applies back. It develops techniques to apply back home for controlling and subduing populations and breaking them up and so on. Well, that's another kind of colonialism. In any event, to get back to your question, there's no answer to what is colonialism. It's just one form in which powerful systems subdue others, and they subdue their own population. There's nothing new about that. I mean, that was pointed out by Adam Smith. He's not a fool. I mean, what he pointed out and what the international affairs specialists don't seem to understand is that you want to understand how a country works, you cannot ignore the domestic distribution of power. He pointed out in The Wealth of Nations, you want to understand England, which is his concern, you have to recognize that the architects of policy are merchants and manufacturers. And they set policy up so that their interests are very well dealt with, even though the impact on the people of England may be grievous. And of course, elsewhere it's even worse. What he called the savage injustice of the Europeans is horrible. It's basically a truth, an enduring truth about power systems.
The British Empire in India, the cost of...
There was a cost to the British Empire.
Borne by the population.
By the populations there and by the population of England.
Borne by the population
And the population of England, who were also kind of colonized.
And redistribute the wealth.
Yeah, so it's a class war, Okay, that's true, and it's true for just about every imperial conquest. And as I say, the most extreme form is just extermination. like settler colonialism.
Okay, at the other end of the spectrum, in the best sense of the word, what do you think internationalism means or implies or constitutes?
Internationalism should be what what has always been at least the terminology of the left. I mean, unions are called internationals. I mean, not because they are internationals, but because they ought to be. And their initial creation was motivated in part by the idea that we ought to be concerned with working people and peasants and other oppressed people around the world. Solidarity, international solidarity, was the core ideology of unions. The internationals that were formed are called internationals because that's what they were supposed to be committed to. The World Social Forum today, which is about as close as there is gathers. I mean, if we weren't so totally, caught up in crazed ideology, we'd call the World Social Forum the one pro-globalization group in the world. I mean, it's not Davos, where you get a bunch of rich people talking about how to enrich yourselves, which is called globalization. The World Social Forum, with all of its defects, brings together people from all over the world, all walks of life, mutually interacting, the people, women giving seeds to each other, supportive ideas about how to improve the global world for the vast majority. Okay, that's internationalism. That's what we should be doing. Anti-imperialism is a form of internationalism.
When do you think it's right, for an individual in the United States to denounce human rights violations in another country, as compared to when do you think it's either hypocrisy or interference? Now I'm talking individual, not the government.
Well, again, it's a question of priorities.
Right.
And priorities.
I'm not saying how much time you should put into it. But when is it literally?
If there are human rights violations somewhere, it makes sense to criticize them.
Period.
It makes sense to criticize them if you can do something about them. If you can't do anything about them, it's just posturing. But if you can help human rights activists or oppressed people or whatever somewhere else, sure, you should do it. The question is always priorities. Time and energy are finite. Can't get around that. And the question is, how do we compare? How do we decide how to distribute our energies when there are human rights violations? And there are very clear criteria for that. They are almost 100% violated, but they're extremely clear. What you prioritize is what any moral human being does. The predictable consequences of your own actions. That's what should be prioritized. I mean, somebody else's actions, I can criticize them, but there's no particular moral value to it, unless I can somehow improve things. The one thing you can improve is what you are doing. So overwhelmingly, our priority ought to be our own engagement in human rights violations, which we can change. And incidentally, that's kind of independent of scale. Even if the ones we're carrying out are not so terrible and the ones that somebody else is carrying out are awful, but we can't do anything about it, then elementary morality says let's focus on ourselves. The practice is almost the reverse, almost 100% the reverse. And furthermore, it's kind of irreversible. I mean, there's great pleasure taken in the crimes of others, especially if we can't do anything about them. If some enemy, particularly if it's an enemy, if some enemy commits horrible crimes and we can't do a thing about it, it's just irresistible to posture heroically about their crimes. For one thing, it's costless because you can't do anything about it. And for another thing, it shows how noble you are. Another thing is you can lie like a trooper. You can say anything you want. And if anybody says, well, man, maybe that's not quite accurate, you can come back and say, oh, you're a genocide supporter, you're in favor of Holocaust. So the whole stream of techniques is available. So it's just perfect. And intellectuals just love it, In fact, you see it all over the place. I mean, there's even a new literary genre that developed in the last 10 or 15 years, which is very highly respected, and that is castigating ourselves for not criticizing strongly enough the crimes of others. That's just marvelous. For one thing, you're criticizing ourselves, so look how moral you are. And you're criticizing ourselves for not doing enough about the crimes of enemies, which we can't do anything about. And in fact, if you look at the literature on this, it's astonishing. I mean, it's carried out like almost to a T. It's like a caricature of itself. And the people are nice people. Actually, I know some of them. You know, perfectly nice people, perfectly decent. They think we ought to really sacrifice ourselves, you know, and castigate ourselves for not doing enough about, say, Pol Pot's genocide, which there was no suggestion about what to do about. But meanwhile, totally ignore everything we're doing. Totally.
Another international kind of concept and issue, self-determination. What does it mean? What sort of right is self-determination? And under what circumstances are people entitled to exercise the right, and conversely, when are people not entitled to exercise it?
Again, like most things, I don't think you can give a blanket answer. It depends on circumstances. Well, you know, from one point of view, everybody has a right of self-determination. Like you have a right to control your own life, just like individuals do. On the other hand, self-determination is not done in isolation. It has consequences for others. Okay, so you have to take that into account. Then you have to start balancing things. So like take, say, secession in the South, in the United States. Should Southerners have the right of self-determination? Well, who was asking for self-determination? White Southerners, not black slaves. So it wasn't that the South was asking for self-determination. On the contrary, a large part of the population, which didn't have a voice, was opposed to self-determination for the white masters. There are lots of other questions, and the same is true in every other place. I mean, I think there's, you know, you pick the case that you find a complexity of considerations, and you have to kind of work your way through them. But I do not see how there can be formulas about this, because self-determination, while a value, is only one of many values. And as in human affairs generally, values often conflict.
Do you have views about international structures, new international structures, that might better protect, you know, the weak, the poor? People are subject to violations, starving, imposed upon, etc. Actual institutional structures that could, you know.
Interesting, but I'm pretty much in the mainstream of American public opinion on this. Totally different from elite opinion or anything that's articulate. But if you look at American public opinion, which I've written about it, and you kind of review the polls, and they're pretty standard and consistent, and nobody really doubts them. Considerable majority of the public, quite a large majority, think that the United Nations, not the United States, ought to take the lead on international crises. A majority of the population think we ought to give up the veto at the Security Council, and everybody ought to, and just follow the will of the majority, even if we don't like it. And, you know, it continues like this. Like, say, I haven't seen a poll recently after the huge propaganda offensives of the last couple of years, but two years ago, you know, before the huge propaganda offensives, about, I forget the exact number, but a considerable majority, take, say, Iran, the big issue, considerable majority of the population agreed with almost the entire world that Iran has the right to enrich uranium, as does any signer of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I mean, what we read here is Iran is defying the world, you know, by some interesting definition of the world. The world means not just us, the government. Right. Means the U.S. government, whoever happens to agree with it. That's the world. It excludes the large majority of the population of the United States. It includes the non-aligned countries, which is most of the world, who vigorously support it, and so on. But yeah, I think they were right. I'm still talking about polls 2 years ago. Now it could be different. A large majority opposed threats of force against Iran. That is, they opposed the United States being a rogue outlaw state which violates the UN Charter. The UN Charter, though nobody will mention it, bars the threat of force in international affairs, meaning everybody in the American political system is a criminal, because across the board, it's all options have to be open. Well, the population opposed that. A very large part of the population, I think it was around 80%, thought the United States should live up to its legal obligation, legal determined by the World Court, to observe the Non-Proliferation Treaty, meaning make good faith efforts to eliminate nuclear weapons. That's the last time I saw 80%. The most interesting vote in this connection, just keeping to the top issue in international affairs, is a huge percentage. Again, I don't remember the numbers, but it was quite large. Thought that we should establish a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. Now that's the right answer to the problems such as they are that are arising. Technically, the United States says, yeah, sure, but of course nothing being done about it. A nuclear weapons-free zone, it's a very interesting concept. If you're really interested in non-proliferation, like Obama claims he is, the one thing you'd support is nuclear weapons-free zones. Those are, they're small steps, but steps towards reducing the threat of nuclear weapons and proliferation. And the facts are extremely revealing. I'll run through some of them. With regard to the Middle East, there's overwhelming popular support around the whole world. The United States and Britain, of course, what that would mean is no nuclear weapons in Iran or Israel or U.S. forces deployed there. That would be a nuclear weapons-free zone. That's why it's not even on the agenda, except for the population. Well, it would be an important step. It's feasible, inspection procedures, of course, and so on. But it's technically feasible, and it would mitigate, perhaps eliminate whatever dangers there are. But it's not on the agenda. Also not mentionable is that the U.S. and Britain have a very strong commitment to this, very strong commitment. The reason is because of something that is unutterable. When the U.S. and Britain went to war with Iraq, they tried to provide a very thin legal cover for it. And what they appealed to is a Security Council resolution, 687, from 1991, which called on Iraq to eliminate its weapons of mass destruction. And the story was they hadn't done it, so we had a right to invade. If you read that resolution, it calls for the establishment of a nuclear-free weapon zone in the Middle East. So therefore, the U.S. and Britain, way more than any other country, are committed to this. Well, you can't talk about it because it's like pornography or something worse. But those are the facts. Population supported it. Could eliminate problems. It gets much more interesting than this. There are nuclear-free weapon zones in the world. One was just finally achieved in Africa after a lot of negotiations. It's being blocked by the United States. The reason is that the African Union, all of it, regards the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean as part of Africa, because it's a part of Mauritius, which is part of the African Union. Well, Britain, under U.S. orders, kicked out the whole population some years ago, illegally of course, in order to build a big U.S. military base. So Britain didn't accept the African Union agreement because the master says you can't do it. They're very loyal. The U.S. refuses to accept it. So the U.S. is blocking the African Union nuclear weapons-free zone because we insist on keeping a base, a military base, after having kicked out the population, for storage of nuclear weapons and, crucially, for bombing. That's one of the main bases for carrying out aggression in Central Asia and the Middle East. You bomb Iraq, comes from there. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, the Navy announced that they're sending a big submarine tender to Diego Garcia to service nuclear submarines and so on and so forth. So we're blocking the African Union nuclear weapons-free zone. We're refusing to even talk about the Middle East one, which is critical. And it's more. There's more. There's a South Pacific.
There's always more.
It's always more. There's a South Pacific nuclear weapons-free zone, which finally, it was held up for a long time by the French, because they wanted to use the French islands for nuclear weapons testing. All right, they finally did their nuclear weapons testing. Now it's being held up by the United States because the Pacific Islands, like Palau and so on, they're used for nuclear weapon storage and for nuclear submarines. So, okay, we're blocking the South Pacific zone. Meanwhile, Obama is giving, highly praised speeches about how awful nuclear weapons are. We got to do something about it. And there's massive, at least pretended concern, maybe actual concern about the possibility that maybe Iran's developing nuclear weapons, and we don't know. If anybody from Mars was watching this, they'd be amazed that the species can even go on, How can you do all this without collapsing it with ridicule about yourself? Well, it's easy in a well-disciplined society.
I was thinking roughly the same variant on what you concluded with. I was thinking, a novelist, there's no such thing as a novelist who is cynical enough and creative enough to come up with a scenario that even remotely approximates the reality for...
I mean, the interesting thing to me is that, there are novelists who try to do it, like, say, Heller or, Vonnegut, and they're read, and people laugh.
But they don't realize it's the voice.
They don't realize it. Actually, I saw this when one of Michael Moore's documentaries, we never went to the movies, but we did go to one of his I think it was the one about Columbine, I guess. Carol, my wife, and I went to, but we decided to go see it in a lower middle class town, just to see what the audience reaction will be like. Because they're the people he's making fun of. Well, they were laughing, I thought it was great, making fun of all these guys with guns and so on. I probably all have guns. They thought it was, really funny, well done. But I don't think anybody perceived the
reaction. There's a movie out now called Avatar. It's the biggest movie going. I don't see how it's possible for a human being to look at that and not realize that the thing that's being presented is based on Indochina, and it is. It's just clear. And they even took some film footage and altered it. But you can, if you've seen it all, you can see it. And it's, so it's this horrendous critique of imperial kind of attitudes and everything else. The audience absolutely loves it, and don't realize it's about Iraq also. I mean, it's just clear.
I don't know about you're younger than I am, but when I was growing up, I was a radical kid, writing about anarchism, this and that. We were playing cowboys and Indians. Yeah. And we were killing the Indians. I mean, I sort of knew in some corner of my mind that something wrong.
Maybe this isn't totally perfect. Okay, so like the other question that I asked earlier, or questions that I asked earlier, the mistakes that you think the anti-war movement has made over the years, and things that maybe we should have done differently, and different approaches that we make in the future. Clearly we've had some successes, even some significant successes, but on the other hand, we've also failed in some sense. Wow. So what do you think we've done that we did that wasn't so wise, and things that we should have been doing?
I think there are a lot of things that could have been done a lot better. For one thing, sectors of the anti-war movement, and we know who they were, very nice people, all our friends and so on, undertook tactics. If you're undertaking some, always, if you're any kind of an activist, you're picking something you decide to do, you have to make a distinction between two kinds of tactics. You could call them, feel-good tactics, makes me feel good about myself, and do-good tactics, does something for somebody else. Well, the anti-war movement dissolved to a large extent into feel-good tactics, which were harmful. In fact, the Vietnamese were aware of it. Like they talked to them, what they liked was quiet, nonviolent demonstrations, a group of women standing quietly somewhere. What they didn't like was what was being done, say weathermen. These are tactics that are understandable from the point of view of the people. They were frustrated, they were bitter, nothing was working. Okay, let's go out and smash some windows. Or let's go out and have a fight in a Third Avenue bar and show the people we're authentic and so on. Well, these are like just gifts to the ultra-hawks. They helped build up support for the war. And it was obvious they were going to have that effect. And a lot of it was that. I mean, especially as the movement sort of, kind of dissolved into sects, like after '68, a lot of it was that. So a lot of it was just self-destructive. The other big error was to stop. I mean, by 1975, end of the war, around 70% of the population condemned the war as fundamentally wrong and immoral, not a mistake. Those are kind of unbelievable figures because nobody ever said that. You know, where'd they get it from? You know, what do they even mean? Who knows? Nobody checked. But you know, that meant there was a huge reservoir of possible support for anti-war activity. It was dissolved. It left. Everybody went away. You started condemning the Khmer Rouge or doing some other thing. Okay, so then comes the Central American massacres, and so it goes on. There are other things. Like I have almost nobody agrees with me about this, but my friends on the left, many of them don't even understand my own view, and which goes back to around 1970, that the U.S. won the war. The business world recognized that, like you read it in the Far Eastern Economic Review. But the left is committed to the doctrine that we won. You know, we stopped the war, the Vietnamese won, the people united, and the rest of it. That's not what happened. We have a rich documentary record, and it's very instructive. We should think about it and be intellectually honest about it. The U.S. didn't go to war in order to conquer Vietnam. In fact, it didn't care if Vietnam dropped off the planet. Yeah. It didn't care. You know. But it went to war for good reasons.
You would think people in the movement would understand that.
And you know, it was kind of always pretty clear, but we have a rich documentary record. In fact, I've had it since since the Pentagon Papers. They went to war for the usual reasons. The mafia principle, which is the dominant principle in world affairs. You know, the Godfather does not accept disobedience. It's dangerous. If one country gets away with disobedience, no matter how tiny it is, somebody else will get the idea, and you know, they'll be disobedient. Pretty soon the whole system erodes. That's basically one of the dominant principles in world affairs. And Vietnam is a case in point. You know, they were afraid that Vietnamese nationalism would be successful. You'd have successful economic development. It would, like, to use Kissinger's terminology, it would be a virus that would spread contagion. So it spread to Thailand, you know, Malaysia, go on to Indonesia. Now you're in real trouble. Indonesia has real resources. Pretty soon, maybe ultimately Japan, which John Dower, Asia historian John Dower, called the super domino. Japan would accommodate, was the word that was used, to an independent East and Southeast Asia. It would become its technological and military center, which would mean that the United States would have lost the specific phase of the First or Second World War. Well, you know, 1950, they weren't ready to lose the Second World War. So you got to stop. You got a virus, it's spreading contagion, there's a cure. Destroy the virus and inoculate the potential victims. It was done. South Vietnam was pretty much destroyed even by 1965, and the rest of Indochina not long afterwards, never be a model for independent development. The surrounding countries were inoculated by vicious dictatorships. The most important was Indonesia, really rich. In 1965 came the Suharto coup, greeted with total euphoria in the United States. You know, killed maybe 1 million people, destroyed the only mass popular organization, you know, opened the country up to the West. No more accommodation, you know, no more contagion. In fact, with George Bundy, who was not a total fool, and later he was a national security advisor for Kennedy and Johnson. Later years, in retrospect, he said, you know, in retrospect, we should have stopped the war in '65. He was right. Vietnam was already essentially destroyed, no virus. Indonesia, the big prize, is inoculated. You got a vicious military dictatorship, our kind of guy, as Clinton called him. So, you know, Japan's safe, you know, it'll be on our side. So what's the point of destroying the rest of the place? It's a waste of time. Okay, I think the anti-war movement should understand that, because that's a pattern that is followed over and over again. It is a dominant principle of international affairs. It makes perfect sense. It's kind of interesting. It's sometimes ridiculed, like the domino theory. Who believes that? Ha ha ha. Yeah, everybody believes it because it's true. The world's mostly run like the mafia. And if you don't understand that, you're not going to understand the next thing that happens in the world. In fact, that's part of the reason for the incredible antagonism to Iran. Why Iran? I mean, there's a terrible government. There's a lot of terrible governments, like Saudi Arabia is a lot worse. Well, they were disobedient. You're not going to let them get away with it. In fact, it's even said. It says, well, they took hostages. How can we let them get away with that? Disobedience, Cuba is a striking example. I mean, for decades, the majority of the population has been in favor of normalizing relations with Cuba. Okay, disregarding the population is normal. The business world is in favor of it, and has been for a long time. Big sectors, energy, agribusiness, pharmaceuticals, really powerful sectors. But we can't do it. We've got to keep punishing them because they were disobedient. And you don't get away with it.
When you encounter, which you do on an incredibly regular basis, as this discussion reveals, the extent of horror, how do you get through all that and go right back to work again?
Actually, going back to work is one of the cures of it. If you can't, if there's nothing you can think of doing, then you just collapse. You maybe decide to give up, or you just go into a deep depression. But if you can keep, if you can keep working, that's a cure.
There's an advantage there for you.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean just time and access and resources. I mean that you're in a position to feel like when you write, when you speak, even if it's not having a gigantic effect and it's not transforming everything right away, it's perfectly plausible. In fact, you'd have to be a bit delusional to think it was having no impact.
Yeah,
there are a lot of other people who will feel that what they're going to do is going to have zero impact. Well, and they get crushed.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, realistically, I know that there's very little impact. But it's for me. It gives me something to do. It gives me something to, feel that I'm, say, doing the right thing. If it reaches some people, okay, good. But it's the same is true of, any organizer. You organize local people to, in a community, to say, get a traffic light where kids cross the street, let's say. That achieves something. It empowers people. Then they go on to the next thing.
There's a difference between a person who works in a soup kitchen and who can clearly see the impact. It's not changing the whole world, but it's having a dramatic effect, often a bigger effect than leftists have on other people's human lives. And in fact, that's a reasonable question. Why should somebody in the United States not give their time and their energy to soup kitchens, to helping the poor, to doing something of that character, as compared to trying to build a movement that's going to change the whole system?
Take the case of a soup kitchen versus organizing the community to get a traffic light.
Organizing an anti-war movement, something on a larger scale. Well,
let's take a small case. Trying to organize the community to get a traffic light. Now that not only has an advantage, kids can cross the street, but it empowers people. It can get them to understand, yeah, I can do things. It's not hopeless, I can go on. Well, that's, working in a soup kitchen is great, but it doesn't have that effect.
Agreed, I understood. But you can see how the choice between social welfare, etc. work and anti-war work, anti-capitalist work becomes a difficult choice for people. I think that the left is very disdainful and too quick to dismiss people who make a different choice than they make.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I certainly don't disdain people who work in soup kitchens. Like one of my daughters works for Oxfam. Yeah. It's kind of what it is. You're trying to set up. But incidentally, the Oxfam projects that she works for, at least are designed to be like getting a traffic light. Yeah. The idea of the project is not just, I'm going to come in and build a well and you can have it. It's to try to get the communities to get started in doing something about their own lives. That's hard, but that's the goal.
Okay, over the years, you've obviously been subject to intense malicious scrutiny, to people attacking you for all kinds of things. They attribute views to you that you don't hold, or they spin views that you do hold in a manner that has absolutely nothing to do with the way you hold them, and so on.
I get a lot of, tonight when I get home.
Let's do them one at a time.
I have a couple hundred letters, and it comes all the time. People ask good questions. They say, I read this and that about you. What do you say? And so I say, fine, I'll look at it. In fact, the attacks are of interest in a number of respects. For one thing, there's sometimes correct ones. Okay, so I learned something. It's extremely rare, I should say. But there are cases where, I said something the wrong way, or maybe I made a mistake. Fine, I learned, and then I correct it. But you have to ask yourself, am I getting my head blown off by a elite battalion trained in Fort Bragg? Well, that's what happens in U.S. domains. Is it happening to me? No. Okay, so people, lie and slander and vilify them.
It's not exactly the worst thing that could happen. But I'm not so much worried about you. I'm not trying to deal with you here. I'm dealing with, again, the people who read it and are deterred from relating to ideas because of it. You've been slammed about Cambodia, Pol Pot, etc. What were your actual views? Obviously, you can't go through hundreds of pages, but your actual views about Cambodia and Pol Pot. And why do you believe they elicited the attacks?
First of all, I've been quite interested in this. I mean, I didn't write anything myself in those days. I was writing with Ed Herman. There has been a huge literature trying to show something wrong with it. I mean, it's literally the case that nobody has found a misplaced comma. There
You mean in the stuff you wrote about?
Yeah, it was exactly, it must be the best stuff that's ever written. Because anything you write, there's got to be some mistakes. You read the professional journals. The last paragraph of every review of a scholarly monograph lists the errors, which are always there. Literally nothing. And the reason was explained quite early on. What we wrote about Cambodia was carefully checked by some of the leading specialists in the field. And they went through it, they corrected some things, changed some other things. So first of all, it's very unlikely that there would be mistakes. Secondly, we didn't claim anything. We claimed almost nothing. We didn't take any position on it. We just said, look, here's the data that's available. Here's what comes out of the doctrinal system. Let's compare them. The only way, and they said, we don't know what happened. Maybe the most, in fact, we said, maybe the most extreme inventions will turn out to be correct. That's not our question. Our question is, let's compare what went in to what came out. Now, the only way you can make a mistake on that is like a logical error. Okay, we didn't commit elementary logical errors. So, in fact, and there were no factual errors, but we just took the data that was there. And this was noticed right away. Like one of the leading Cambodia historians, David Chandler, right away wrote, look, nothing, this is going to stand no matter what's discovered. Because what you're claiming is so limited that no matter what's discovered later on, it's not going to affect what you said. To the extent that we took a position at all, which was limited, we essentially repeated what U.S. intelligence was saying, and everyone agreed that they were the most knowledgeable source. So, chances are there've never been errors, and there haven't been. Now, it's very, very. Remember, there are 2 volumes that South End published. Political Economy of Human Rights. These 2 volumes, almost entirely, what they were concerned with was exactly this question. How does the data that comes in relate to the interpretation that comes out? Okay? Almost the entire 2 volumes are about U.S. crimes. How does the data that we have about them relate to what comes out, which turns out to be apologetics and denial? Nobody has ever mentioned any of that. In fact, we had 2 major, we did do a little of each side, and we had 2 major examples. There was a chapter devoted to Cambodia, which we went through in detail. There was a chapter devoted to East Timor, which we went through in detail. It's a very good comparison. 2 major atrocities, same time, same place, both huge. One was in the course of an invasion, which is much worse, namely East Timor. But the main difference between them was that in one case, it was our responsibility, and we could have stopped it right away. In the other case, it was somebody else's atrocity, and we could do nothing about it. I don't think there's ever been a word about the chapter on East Timor, the one that's vastly more important. First of all, it's our crime. It's a huge crime, and we could have stopped it. And therefore, it's silence. Some words of apologetics and denial, okay, but I put aside the just Stalinist types. Mostly it's just avoidance. On Cambodia, there's been an intense effort to try to show there was something wrong with it. Well, that tells you something. What it tells you is an illustration of what we talked about before. The actual practice of intellectuals gives you an extremely good criterion for what should be done by a person with elementary moral convictions, namely the opposite of what always is done. And here you have a really dramatic example of it. And it continues right to the present. In fact, just recently I happened to answer a couple of these things. And in answering, I pointed these things out. And I also pointed out, look, if you say you're concerned about Cambodians, okay, glad you're concerned about them. How about being concerned about the new revelations that were just made, which we talked about before, about the scale, the incredible scale of the U.S. attack, which is really incredible, which in fact created the Khmer Rouge, which you say you're upset about. So why don't you say something about that? The answers are interesting. Not one word about it. It's as if I didn't say it. You know, what comes out? How come you're screaming about the Khmer Rouge? You're not condemning the Khmer Rouge. How come you're apologist for genocide? Okay, that's the reason why. That makes sense. You know, like if you're, you're caught with your hand in someone's pocket, change the subject, and that's the response. But if anyone has a criticism, I'd be glad to hear it. I've yet to see it, and I think the reasons are transparent from things like this. And it's not just these two cases, it generalizes. Actually, Ed and I together, and in fact separately, have gone over many such examples, thousands of pages of documentation by now, also responding to the criticisms, like in Manufacturing Consent, our joint book, which was 10 years after all the Cambodia stuff. We reviewed it, and we reviewed what actually happened, what was known at the time, what had been discovered since, the criticisms, the nature of the criticisms, we responded to them. Effect, zero. And nobody can even look at that. Either the people, who are kind of like right inside the doctrinal system, or the kind of decent people who you're talking about who want to understand. They wouldn't look at our responses. They wouldn't even know they exist. The only thing anyone knows about that book is, well, it says there's a conspiracy theory in the press or something.
Okay, you already talked about the Kennedy, for which you get slammed routinely because you deny that he was killed by X, Y, and Z. You talked about 9/11, so I won't ask you about that. You've been slammed about the Mideast, called an anti-Semite, called a self-hating Jew, etc.
Yeah, see, that one's kind of interesting.
That's why I'm asking. Again, what are your actual views, and broadly, and why do you think they elicited the attacks that they do, and what is your impression of them?
The attacks are quite interesting. They actually have a long history. They actually go back to the Bible. The phrase self-hating Jew, it comes from the Bible. It comes from the Book of Kings. The epitome of evil in the Bible was King Ahab. Remember that story from when you were in Hebrew school. King Ahab was the evil king, terrible king, and so on. At one point he called the prophet Elijah to him and asked Elijah, "Why are you a hater of Israel?" Okay, what did he mean? He meant that Elijah was condemning the acts of the evil king. And the king, like every totalitarian, identified himself with the culture, the society, everything. So if Elijah is condemning his crimes, Elijah must be a hater of Israel. Well, that's the origin of the phrase, self-hating Jew, okay? And it runs through history. In fact, in the modern period, it's very explicit. Actually, Abba Eban, who was Israeli diplomat, highly respected, British accent, who's the face to the world, considered a leading liberal humanist. He once read an article, it must have been 35 years ago, in the American Jewish Press, Congress Weekly, American Jewish Congress Weekly, in which he told American Jews, what your task is. They said, your task is to show that critics of Zionism, he didn't mean Zionism, he meant critics of the state of Israel, fall into two categories, anti-Semites and neurotic self-hating Jews. Okay, covers 100% of criticism, so it's great. And that's correct. That's the way to cut out 100% of criticism. If it's from non-Jews, say anti-Semitism. If it's Jews, they're neurotic, self-hating Jews. He actually mentioned two examples, me, of course, and I.F. Stone. I.F. Stone was a dedicated Zionist, you know. He made some, but the two of us were self-hating Jews because we were criticizing things. Okay, that's Abba Eban gave the game away, as King Ahab had given the game away, and plenty of people in between. Actually, there's a kind of a counterpart to that, which somehow nobody seems to notice, and that's the concept anti-American.
What do you think the concept anti-American and its use as a criticism of people such as yourself?
We're back to King Ahab.
Yeah.
It's a straight totalitarian concept. It's used in totalitarian states, like in the Soviet Union. And the harshest criticism against dissidents was they're anti-Soviet. Okay, so say Sakharov was anti-Soviet because he attacked the crimes of the Kremlin. Was he against the Russian people? Was he against the Russian culture? Was Solzhenitsyn, you know, saying the Russian people are awful? No, quite the contrary. He was a Russian nationalist, extreme Russian nationalist. But they were anti-Russian because they were condemning the crimes of the state. And totalitarian states do identify themselves, it's part of the nature of totalitarianism, with the society, the culture, you know, the people, and so on. I know of only one democratic country, more or less democratic country, which adopts this totalitarian concept. That's the United States. I mean, suppose that somebody in, say, Italy condemns Berlusconi, and they were called anti-Italian. People would collapse in laughter in the streets.
Of Italy.
Hmm?
In Italy,
Yeah, he's not Italian. You know, he's attacking Berlusconi. But in a totalitarian culture, like Western intellectual culture, if you attack the holy state, you must be anti-American. I don't know of any example other than, you know, things like King Ahab or the Soviet Union or, say, the Brazilian military dictatorship. Under the Brazilian military dictatorship, if you criticize torture, you're anti-Brazilian. Yeah, it's a totalitarian concept. What's quite interesting about the United States and England and a large part of Europe is that this totalitarian concept is accepted uncritically with regard to the United States. There are even books by people, you know, considered liberal scholars. Paul Hollander at UMass, a respected scholar, called The Anti-Americans. Who are the anti-Americans? Well, you run through the list. It's people who criticize government policy. Okay, if you're a deeply committed totalitarian, so deeply you can't even see it, yeah, that's anti-American.